Good afternoon and welcome to Sydney Parade on a, well, as you can tell from the flag, a breezy day. The threat of rain has delayed the start somewhat, but not too much, and it looks like the umpires are keen to get us on our way. Today it's a Division 7 clash between Lucan and Pembroke, third 11. Lucan won the toss and decided they want to have a field first. Obviously thinking that the overcast conditions and the greenness of the wicket will be to their advantage. I've just felt a few drops of rain coming there now and people running for the covers, and the umpires are heading back to the pavilion. So excuse me while I waterproof our studio, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Well, as you can see, one of the threatened showers has come through. Covers going on, you might just be able to see in the background. Whereas here, we're now safely behind. Oh, more importantly, Dougal's have fallen over. And it's a miserable wet afternoon now, and certainly the start of this third 11 game. Pembroke thirds against Lucan firsts, I think, in Division 7. Now just grabbing hold of the Dougals, bringing them back to the safety and dryness of our gazebo. What a beautiful summer's day it is. Well, the forecast was for this rain between 12 and 1. It's turned up at 1.
Sorry.
Let's have a look at weather altogether. What's it going to do? 18 degrees, feels like 13. Well, yes it does. So it's going to be a short shower. Just looking at the map, by and large, we seem to have been unlucky with this one and just picked up this shower. Weather looks a bit better for tomorrow. And meanwhile, in Leinster, there is plenty of cricket being played in the province today. As you'd expect, a bank holiday weekend. Used to be an opportunity to bowl for 60 overs. That's no longer the case, certainly. There's a better picture for you, slightly out of focus, but depends what it's focusing on, I suppose. And there are the umpire, well, one of the umpires and a couple of the Lucan players outside the dressing rooms. A couple of the 12:30 starts. 5 overs, 5 overs. Pembroke's women's first, playing against a Marion first. And Marion a 98 for 3, chasing Pembroke's 146 for 6. So they basically have 10 overs in which to get 49 runs. There you go. Phil Blackley doing his job of holding the covers steady, well known to be violently unstable. He's happy enough. And rain coming down, all these people out there in their shorts. Yeah, as I say, plenty of cricket scheduled today. Civil Service 2 and Sandyford 1. There's a rain delay at Civil Service, and Phoenix women are also off for rain. Those are the only updates in Cricket Leinster Live. So, whilst 4 of you have joined me to watch this rain come down and look at the picturesque covers on, all are never the most pleasing of sights. Oh, talking of which, little Blackley just bending over on the covers there. He'll head back to the dressing rooms. They're relatively dry. It appears that most of the rain has ceased at this stage. However, I'm sure the umpires are going to give it a few minutes. And for those few minutes, we'll get a few little administrative jobs done here. But we'll say thank you for joining us, and hopefully you'll stick with us or return to us once the cricket has begun.
Perfect start. Perfect start.
They weren't willing to start without you, James.
Yeah. Guy's crying.
How are you?
Oh, mate, good. I just had to go ahead sports and get something out that we need. Yeah, I had to get a scorebook from Gurab.
Oh, all right.
Of course, he doesn't have the big ones, which I like. And he's not getting them in, apparently. And Barry hadn't voted him up, but anyway. Still good.
It's all online stuff now.
I know, but there's still, in some camps, they still want us to do the old school as well. Have a backup, you know. And I think it's sometimes it's a good skill to learn that part as well.
If you can do a book, you can certainly do
anything,
live
yeah,
story.
yeah.
Ah,
Well, there we go. Coffee time, anyone? I can go up to the shop and get some coffees.
do you know where you'll go? Over the railway.
Oh, yeah, Paddy's there.
No, not Paddy. There's a different guy.
Okay.
But there's a coffee shop just in Railway
Paddy's there.
which does proper coffee as opposed to the muck that they chuck out at the garage.
Fantastic.
However, given the weather conditions, may I suggest that, and the parking situation in Railway,
Yeah.
may I suggest that garage coffee will do fine. Noel
Yeah.
will have a frappuccino.
What's that?
Frappuccino?
What's that?
No, cappuccino.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it.
I did.
No, that was something like, yeah. Oh, you guys put the bowling machine away, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks a lot, guys. That's excellent.
Paul Murphy. I wrapped up a wire, so I can't really claim to have helped. Andy Arnott was here, Andy Hill was here.
Great, okay, they did it. I
So,
just bumped into Andy and Ed's as well. He's there spending money on his son.
So, yeah,
Brilliant.
we are where we are.
Fucking weather, eh?
Well,
Yeah. Leg ends of cricket. That's a top bumps. It's gold, isn't it? So look at that.
and it got me thinking, I'd love to do a set for Pembroke.
Oh, wouldn't that be fantastic?
Just to sit down and, right, okay, Dara Cosgrave, batting.
Fuck them, no, we've been like Kevin Ryan.
Yeah. Oh no, you have to do the whole club.
Yeah.
You know you're perfect. You must have. We're mute here.
Actually, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, we're not. James?
I wonder how people just get these done. I mean, surely there must be, much like those books you get printed up online, if you did it, all the graphics and the photo.
Vista Pro prints or something like that.
Yeah. That could be quite fun to do the real international ones, do the women's ones as well, and the men's and combined.
That's doesn't matter because they're using them if you actually want to.
Yeah. Welcome back to Sydney Parade. You will see that the covers are being removed and we're very hopeful of getting some play underway. Joining me in the commentary box for this afternoon's game, Pembroke thirds against Lucan in Division 7, James Cresswell. Good afternoon, James. How are you today?
Good afternoon, Greg. Good afternoon, all.
I know how you are. We've spent the last half an hour chatting.
I am great, thank you, and looking forward to another fantastic Nile Walsh promotion here at Sydney Parade. Well, been a bit of moisture in the air to start with, but that looks like it's passing through.
Well, one of the things I do like about today's game is the makeup of the Pembroke side. It's, let's see, published on Cricket Leinster. Let's see if it comes up under the match centre. That, of course, probably isn't live yet. But seeing Bruce Whaley there, Noah Smith, Ethan Clark, Eli Clark.
Yeah, no, it looks very strong. It's a really strong youth side, which is
Azizi,
brilliant.
Smith, Paddy Morris, Phil Blackley, Manchanda, Clark, Malapatil, Sheikh, Whaley, Ship and Murray. There's a lot of youth in this side and they're all chomping at the bit to turn around to the selectors and say, hey, I want to go up the teams.
Oh, for sure. Luke Murray's already staking a good case for a claim onto the first and definitely the second, so he would like to reinforce his positions. Keegan Ship's got a lot of talent, and we know Bruce Whaley has shown his skill and talent over the last couple of years. It's good to have him back in the side. Ethan Clark has always been a star in my book. He's very, very solid, very reliable, and has all the skills in the shot. And this season, it just shows he's actually got more shots in his repertoire, I think.
I think he specifically shows you the value of hard work.
Yes.
He's constantly in the nets, and I suspect the hall carpet in the Clark household is worn out with on a length where Gordon's been using the dogger indoors.
Yes. Going down to the carpet store again. Another length of green.
Yeah.
And Noah Smith, of course, a class player with the bat and behind the stumps with the gloves. So, looks like we're about to get underway here.
Well, these two young guns will certainly want to impress the selectors and sort of put their hands up for selection to the seconds. I mean, it's tough at the moment. I mean, the first 11, even without the internationals, you've got Tim Tector and JJ Garth at the top of the Pembroke order, and they'd be hard to dislodge the way they're going.
Even if you brought the internationals back, I'd be saying, if I was a selector for that level, you still wouldn't, whether it's Balburney or Harry Tector, you wouldn't say, well, you're not going to be opening. Yeah. This opening pair is working so well that, it'd have to be something pretty drastic to break up the band.
Yeah. However, certainly be looking to move on to the seconds and impress here. And looked at, by sheer weight of runs, evidence, I suppose, that they can turn to and say, well, I've done everything you asked me to.
Well, and I suppose from a selector's point of view, you'd be looking at it and saying, well, just keep building the case. Keep getting those runs, keep batting sensibly or batting to conditions. 100
a summer does not make. But 2 or 3 and suddenly, ooh. The nice one, I suppose, is when the starring committee get involved, and say, sorry, Pembroke, but these guys have to be above these guys.
Well, that's it. Sometimes that's the way it plays out, is the fact that it's taken out of your hands. And congratulations, you've been promoted.
Yeah. Yep.
Whether you like it or not.
So, Lucan resplendent in their blue and white outfits. Hyderabad Kitchen is their sponsor. I'm sure Hyderabad Kitchen will be now, after us mentioning them, be loading a couple of dishes onto a motorbike and sending them down to Sydney Parade for the commentators. It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would be great. So don't feel shy, We can give you a critique.
I'd be happy if Hyderabad Kitchen had a TV on with YouTube showing this game.
I think that would be
do me.
brilliant.
I think they miss a trick. What you want in the background of somewhere like a restaurant or a pub or something like that is something that you can dip in and out of, not something you feel you have to watch all the time, where you actually wish the person next to you would stop talking because I'm watching the football, rugby, cricket. But a game like this, a Pembroke game, you say, oh, what's happening here? Oh, not very much at the moment. Okay. And then suddenly there's sixes being hit or whatever. Pulls people in.
That does. Looks like we're just making some adjustments to the side screens here. Yes.
Amazingly, to the side screen behind the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, which I think is quite fascinating. But anyway,
Anyway,
the bowler can't see the wicket.
yeah, the bowler asking for the side screen to be moved.
First ball bowled.
Wow. He's got a little whippy action, this guy, and he's going to be just bringing it away from the right-hander, I think, and that was the excitement there. He got a bit of movement off the pitch, and it went through to the keeper. And we're underway, I suppose, is the one thing we should say.
First ball down. Very positive start there by Lucan.
Certainly plenty of chat in the field as a result of that delivery. There we
Wait
go.
to see. Yeah, here we go.
A bit more light. And this one comes off the inside edge, and all thoughts for a single banished.
Yeah, that was a bit
Rash.
enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Over enthusiastic. Yeah, rash is probably the best way to sum that up. Guess just started
Probably
getting
not.
into a bit of jittery nerves.
Probably not his first little rash.
Yeah. Get some shots for that.
Well, pinged on the pads. First slip is enthusiastic. Nobody else is. So not out is the decision.
That was way too high.
I don't think we can do them for over-appealing there. Second ball or third ball of the game, and he's had a good shout there from first slip. Just warming up the vocal cords, I suppose.
Yeah. I like this bowler, actually. He's not really expressed at all, but, boy, he must be doing some magic stuff with the ball. And that's well played, just out on the offside there for Dop.
I'd say he's the bowler that the captain went, we'll bowl first.
Yeah.
Saw how green the wicket was, knew the bowling attack he had, and went, oh, this will suit him.
And I think that's a big... I don't know who won the toss, but...
Lucan did.
Okay, so
and they chose to field.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
As I say, the bowlers, I suspect that, oh, that one's in the air and it's outside the ring and it lands just inside the rope.
Is it? Inside the rope? I thought... oh.
Well, we've no replay here at the moment. Niall's off fixing the other camera. James, I was looking at it through a net and past a pole.
Okay.
I could be totally wrong there.
Anyway, they called it...
They called it 6, and
I thought
the
16.
fielder didn't give out.
No.
There you go.
It was,
there we go.
Yeah.
There's a phrase I've heard before.
Well, that's sort of... This one just strays a little bit on the offside
wide.
there for wide. He just overcome it. So,
The umpire's signal was such, I thought he was signalling 6 again. I wondered how.
That's just wedged in where it wants to sit right now before I take it down to zoom it in support.
yeah, well,
Well, there's our first attempt for draft picture from the head-on camera.
just got to move your head 10 degrees, you'll be fine. Yes, he is getting a lot of movement in, but it's amazing one big shot just throws your rhythm off.
Well, and the other thing is, if all you can do is bring it in,
Yep.
if you don't have a variation from that, then you suddenly start getting picked off because the batsman knows it's going to come in this much. End of the first over anyway, 7 on the board, no wickets down. Noah Smith and Ethan Clark are opening partnership for Pembroke thirds, and M. Singh. Let's see. Manpreet Rocky Singh. I wonder if he got that for his boxing.
Rocket.
Rocky. New bowler on. Well, obviously, it's only the second over of the game. At the nursery end.
Clark yet to face the ball.
Smith having taken on that first over. Honours even, really. He got a nice boundary, but the bowler will be happy enough with that over. Clark immediately into a good, solid defensive shot. Saw him in the nets earlier on. A little bit of an interview with him from here. But one thing I did notice is his balance. It seems to have clicked. You know the way you can be a gawky teenager and everything's uncoordinated and your parents are shouting at you because you knocked over another cup of coffee, you know, that sort of thing. It just seemed so in balance. And there again,
Yep.
and he played a shot out to the leg side, and that's the most difficult. That's the one where it's very easy just to topple over.
Yes.
And
No, he looked very much like a very, very well balanced there. Got on top of the ball, just played it out to point. No run, but it was a lovely, lovely controlled shot. Just having a look at the bowling style here, waiting for the loose one.
I'll let you name the bowler there, James. As this one's cut away, square of the wicket on the offside. It's gone in front of square, in fact, and reaches the boundary. And now both opening batsmen have a boundary to their name, and Pembroke will be happy enough with the score on 11 without loss in this, the second over. This one he just left it out there a bit wide, and Clark was onto it straight away. And that was, again, with nice balance.
That was just timing, really, wasn't it? You know,
Yeah.
it wasn't a big, aggressive hoik or anything. It was just lovely, well played and well rewarded.
Chirag. Chirag is the bowler. Nagavekar.
Clark getting an edge there and just wide of the keeper. Would have been in the first slip's hands. It just died before it got into sort of the man who was there to cut the single. They brought in the slip now.
Shutting the stable door after the horse has bolted, perhaps.
Perhaps, but a bit of a life there from Clark. Obviously got a bit of a way swing more than he thought.
This time just played out to point off the bottom of the bat. I'm glad to see the scorers have got an umbrella anyway.
Yeah, a bit of common sense. You know.
Yeah.
What country do you think this is? That sort of thing. Yeah.
Well, they should have.
Start when we were down there because of the wind.
Yeah.
When I told him it was there.
Another one played nicely out in the offside. And that's a good over for Pembroke. Score has moved on to 11 without loss. Just that one boundary from Clark, but he was so quickly onto it. Lovely stuff.
Good over for Lucan as well. Like there was an opportunity there, so that would keep you interested and think, oh, okay. Do we just have to get that fraction of movement?
Here's that chance you were talking about, James. No slip in place. It does go away, and he almost went to leave it.
He went to leave it, I think, or he was in two minds definitely, and he did well not to actually pop it up.
Lift it. Very easily could have lifted that as well.
Yeah.
However, got away with it. 2 overs gone. The score 11 without loss. Smith to face again. Neither batsman has changed ends so far.
Fielding with his foot. It's always good for the ball.
A bit of encouragement in the field from the Lucan players. We'll just turn up the Dougals for a bit of atmosphere there.
So dropped the man down into sort of long on position for the attempted 6. They float this one up, then it's played along the carpet.
Nice shot.
Yeah, after mid-off, but no run.
Now, this guy that you say they've brought back, you dropped him back to long on. Firstly, I think he'd be better off a bit wider. I know Smith went very straight with that delivery, but they're leaving cow corner open. And also, do you not feel, this one, Smith has got under, the fielder is underneath it, and he takes the catch, and Smith departs to what I would call, I said it earlier, a rash shot.
It was rash, and it hit the toe of the bat, didn't get the middle at all, went straight up virtually to the man in the ring, who just basically had to position himself underneath it, just set himself, and took a very good catch there. And we have a very much,
buoyed up Lucan side. Here it is. As soon as it went up, you can see Noah's face went skyward, and the fielder, well, he made a good job of catching that. Hands above the eye level. Always kept his eyes on the ball. It's a nice solid base, and made sure of the safe catch. And Smith is on his way. He departs for 6, and the first wicket down now for 11. New batsman coming out to the middle. Any ideas, James?
I'd say the smart money's probably on Eli.
Oh, sorry. No.
Eli Clark, is it? Oh, no, it's Bruce.
Bruce Whaley returning to Irish shores. Great to see him back in the black. And let's see how he goes. Another guy who I saw in the nets earlier on, himself and one of the Murrays were practicing in there. And it's amazing how they've gone from playing in the nets to actually concentrated training.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? You know, that they've really...
Where they used to spend 6-7 hours a day in the nets playing stumpy and catch this and drop that and all the sorts of things. Now they're very much of the...
Knuckle down and get it. Oh, that's good running. Let's play it on the leg side. And
I'm going to do this because it's going to improve my game.
Yeah. Let's play that one with soft hands onto the leg side to sort of a square leg position, and they scamper through for a single. I love that works, the scamper through. It just seems to be using it a lot. But that was a scamper. And it's the first run on the board that they've actually ran.
First single.
First single. Brings Clark on strike, who's just digging a bit of a trench there in front of middle. Sorry, middle stump. Oh.
Well, plenty of encouragement for the bowler. Didn't think it was that great a ball, and I thought Clark had it well under control, but the fielder got very enthusiastic about the delivery.
Well, it's good to see a team that has a lot of chat out there. It's always nice, and it's probably you need to keep that chat going when your opposition is entrenched. You've got to keep the enthusiasm going.
Yeah,
that's always a bit of a challenge, but it's
always more fun as well if there's a bit of bants on the field. Yeah. It doesn't have to be rude or offensive or anything. It's just chats.
Nothing personal.
No.
Yeah. Bowl him a piano, see if you can play that.
Yep.
I have a little faith in the weather now. Stuck in the other camera.
Okay.
The disembodied voice there of Niall Walsh.
As he heads off to the sight screens to fix that overhead camera.
Got the slip back in place.
Of course he has.
Oh,
he's out stumped.
He's out stumped. It was not.
There was an appeal for caught behind. There was an appeal for LBW, and then the wicketkeeper threw down the stumps. We don't have a replay of that, but
from what I saw, he actually played it into the ground. I don't think it was caught behind.
And it wasn't LBW.
It wasn't LBW, but he
was stumped.
He was stumped. He ran off, and wow, Lucan now have taken 2 for a loss of 1 wicket, 1 run. Sorry, so they're 12 for 2. Wow, what a start! They would be absolutely pumped.
Well, Lucan will be delighted. 2 wickets in the first 3 overs. Well, 3.1 overs, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they are absolutely buzzing out there, as you would be. I mean, there's a great bit of thinking there to throw down the stumps.
Well, with all the appealing that was going on, he was the only one who kept his head. Whaley was almost looking at the umpire to see what the decision was, and didn't realise he was out of his ground, or quite as far out of his ground, and despite a dive trying to get back, couldn't do it. And 2 of the young guns for this third 11 have departed, and it's brought the captain, Sahil Manchandra. He comes to the middle with his side in, well, a little bit of poop.
Well, yeah. I mean, boy, you don't want to have 2 of your top batsmen all out for, go for 7, essentially 2 wickets for 7.
Yeah. You would be expecting more runs from those 2, certainly. But Lucan, well, they're doing well, and they've done what they needed to do. Gordon Clark just bringing out some water for Ethan. Not words of wisdom, I'm absolutely positive. just a drink.
Yeah. Well, now it's up to these 2 to build a partnership and get things back on track from a Pembroke perspective. They've got all the time in the world.
Well,
yeah, it's called a wide.
Sahil, I think, called it as a wide before anybody else did.
He had a very quick look back at the umpire there and raised his arms to say, sorry, which pitch are we playing on?
Yeah.
Just shows you don't need express bowling. You just need bowling that's good line and length.
He's onto anything short.
Yeah.
You can't bowl short. It just sits up begging to be hit. And that's another boundary, and Pembroke needed that.
Just to say, yeah, we're not giving up here. You're not intimidating us. We'll still play our shots. And that was a great shot. As long as you get over the ring, there was no one in behind to actually stop the ball going to the boundary.
And that will help Pembroke as well, I feel, because the ball will have picked up a bit of moisture, be a bit more difficult to hold. You know, it could be that bowling now is going to be a lot trickier than maybe bowling later.
And don't you love that? The man finally he dries the ball, then he throws it so it bounces in front of the bowler. Inside
Big appeal from deep third man. He's running in towards the umpire. No, he's not. But it was a very loud appeal from down here.
Yeah, the usual way how cricket's played in this country. If it hits the pad, everyone appeals. Doesn't matter what's happening with the ball.
Got to ask the question.
We don't want to die wondering, I suppose. This one.
That's nicely clipped away. Dog out by the captain, Sir Hill.
Yeah, it was a good Yorker, actually, that one. But he was up to the task. Again, you know, it's nice to have express bowling in your arsenal as a captain, but, you know, if you've got good bowlers, it doesn't have to be fast, as long as they can keep a good line of length and maybe a bit of movement here and there. It's the full toss and it's just played back.
More than one way to skin a cat, I suppose.
Yes.
More than one way to bowl a team out.
And it was good running there. It was just played out to mid-off. He was very slow to, wasn't really chasing, or, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, coming in towards the ball.
Wasn't really attacking it, was it?
That's the word I'm looking for. Brains on. Wait for that coffee to kick in. Yeah. And they were able to get through for a very quick single. And that's lovely play there by Clark. Just plays it off the point. Again, soft hands, so the field is quite deep. So there's always going to be a single. So maybe this is where Lucan need to think about this over the next couple of overs. If they start conceding a lot of singles, does everyone step forward 3 or 4 paces?
Well, you know, I mean,
yeah,
our regular viewers would know yours view and mine, James, on fielding on the ring.
I think everyone at home is just going, here we go again.
Yeah. Please refer to any one of the other 300 videos Niall has produced where rings are involved. Yeah. By all means, use the ring as your starting point, but make sure you're walking in at fair distance.
Yeah.
You've got to be thinking, I need to cut off the single. That's what you're there for. That's why you're in the ring. Nicely played again by Clark.
He's got a good technique there, hasn't he? Just gets forward, smothers the ball, just lets it, soft hands, lets it run off.
It's his footwork
to the gully.
That really is impressing me today.
Yep.
Having seen him in the nets earlier on.
Oh, he's got such a good style and technique.
There we go. Another straight bat, just playing it straight down the middle. No danger there. That's much better, isn't it?
Mm. Again, there's going to be plenty of loose balls here. Let's play this one onto the offside as well, to the point region. It's actually just keeping those good balls out.
Yeah, if you saw 40 overs without a bad delivery, you'd say to yourself, we're not in Division 7.
Yes, exactly.
Good standard of cricket at Division 7, but maybe it's that consistency. Slower ball.
Oh, got a bit too much shape and just missed the outside edge of the bat, didn't he? You know, I thought he went from second there, he might have edged that.
He certainly went to try and edge it. Yeah. He was doing his best to do so. Wasn't to be.
Good bowling. He's just getting enough variation. I thought, you know, we were talking about having his in-swingers, but he just got that one to move away. So, and this one's
wow.
Yeah.
It was going to go one of 2 ways after that previous delivery. And Clark plays it out towards the cover boundary. Bit of teamwork getting the ball back in. Just 2 taken.
Slowish. The outfield's a bit slower now that there's been some water on it. But it was a lovely time shot. Just allowed him to pick up 2. Didn't overforce it.
Yep.
It's a fraction more width.
Just was onto it so quickly. Singh again. Good delivery and well kept out. And that ends the 5th over. 21 on the board, but 2 wickets down. Bruce Whaley on his return to Pembroke. and Noah Smith, who tried to get under one, tried to be very positive. Unfortunately got it with the bottom of the bat. Just onto it a little early, I think, and that meant that the ball went straight up in the air, and the fielder took what wasn't an easy catch, but certainly not a difficult one either.
No, and
It's not going to make the highlights reel, is it?
well, that's also doesn't help your case if you're trying to get up to the next rung.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Of course, Noah also is in one of those people in that awkward position, being a wicketkeeper in the Lucan Tucker. Once the T20s are done in Breedy against the West Indies next month or so, you've got the international kick. Oh, another wicket. The captain has walked all around one, and he's lost his off stump. Wow, what a delivery.
That
and
was
Pembroke
beautiful.
in real trouble now.
That one seemed to come sort of leg and middle and then come back in. And just bamboozled the captain and castled him. And all of a sudden, Pembroke in a lot of trouble here. Watch this one. This one, he got just enough movement, and it's
He just played. He tried to whip it round to the leg side, and yet it took it off stump, which would suggest that wasn't the right shot to that ball.
well played across the line.
Been lucky to nick it to the slip.
Yeah, he would have been lucky there. And that was just a poor shot selection, I think. But good bowling, and all of a sudden, Lucan are well and truly on top.
21 for 3, Pembroke find themselves. And next man in, Phil Blackley. He's been captain of the side many years, and many years he had to dig them out of holes.
Yeah.
And here he is presented with another one. 21 for
And a
3.
big shovel.
Yeah.
Navavika there. He's picked up 2 wickets for only 11 runs conceded. He is on fire.
What must Clark be thinking at this stage?
Am I going to get stranded here?
This is his 4th partner, and we're only in the 6th over. It's like playing under 11s again. 2 overs next.
Yeah.
But not a great start for Pembroke at all. They're going to need somebody to get a decent score here if they're going to put any pressure on Lucan.
Well, Lucan just need 1 or 2, you'd think, 1 or 2 extra new batters to go down, and all of a sudden they'd be absolutely static and thinking we can get these guys out for under 100.
Yeah, and one of the things they might do then is over-bowl their openers. So you've got tiring opening bowlers, and then when you come to the end of the innings, you've already used those overs you were hoping to save.
Oh. He thought he had an edge there. We didn't hear anything, and the umpire definitely didn't hear anything. So I didn't hear any noise. It was a good ball, shaped away.
I mean, it's a fine delivery, but
He didn't
this
hit
bowler...
If he hit anything, it would have been the ground. It wasn't.
Plus also, if he'd hit anything, Phil Blackley would have been off like a shot.
Yeah, he walks, absolutely.
But...
So, encouraging signs for the bowler. He's really got his tail up.
Another one past the edge of the bat, and as you say, he certainly does seem to be full of it at the moment. He's taken a couple of wickets, and he's had a couple of close calls as well. He's a big part of why Lucan is so full of enthusiasm at the moment. They really do feel like they're on top.
Is this Lucan's top team?
I think this is Lucan 1.
Oh, it is Lucan 1, yeah, sorry. Just looking for it then, yeah.
Well, there you go. 6 overs gone, and Pembroke finding themselves 21 for 3.
Yeah. In a heap of trouble.
Wicket maiden for Karag Nagavenka. So
yeah,
the opening bowler coming back for his 4th out of 8. I can't see him bowling any more than 6 in his opening spell. And
Are these 45 or 40?
40.
40, okay.
8 overs per bowler is the limit. Always think that you're going to need to use 5 bowlers.
Yeah, as a captain, I'd be thinking, do I give him one more after this and then keep 3 up my sleeve, or do I just now to mix it up?
Or do you let one of your openers bowl 4, say Singh to bowl 4, let the other guy who's taking the wickets go through to 6.
Maybe, yeah. You've got a few options up your plate, up your sleeve. Almost drags that one down onto his own stumps there if you want to be generous to Lucan, but kept it out. Lucan are enjoying themselves now. They can sniff potentially a major victory opportunity here.
Well, Division 7, usually one of the most competitive. That one just leapt, didn't
it? That just... And he did well to actually keep his hands away from that and just stuck out the way. That really took off. Very deceptive. He's a really good bowler, actually, this guy.
No surprise that the batsman's coming down and saying, that's the spot there.
Yeah.
Well.
I think, though, if you're...
He's outside the line.
Outside, yeah, by a mile.
Well, they certainly are keen, enthusiastic appealers. When they played against our 5th 11, when they were making their way up through the leagues, they were enthusiastic appealers.
Well, there could have been an award for that, couldn't it? You know, they were so good at it. But, hey, you know, like you say.
It was a historic game out in Lucan against the Fifths. Kieran Volker, Justin Doherty. Last wicket stand of unbroken last wicket stand of 15 to see Pembroke home that day. That's my memories of Lucan.
That was very good. It was a good day. I was going to say, I think the captain be going quite well to get the ball out of these two bowlers' hands at the moment.
He's outside the line again.
I think
you really need to be explained the LBW rule to the guy at first slip.
Yeah, I think he...
However, a maiden, 21 for 3 off 7. But these two, all they're looking to do at the moment is put a bit of solidness. I don't think solidness is a word, but just a bit of stability. No more wickets. 3 down. Let's see if we can be 3 down in 10 overs time and see what the score is then, that sort of thing.
Well, exactly. Just get used to the conditions now. Just, you know that these guys have got a tail up, so they're going to be bowling probably on a better line than what they would if you've been hitting them around. So you just got to keep them out.
Yep.
It's like...
Let's see what the change bowling's like. You know, there's so many other variables to come into it that we're only just sort of scratching the surface in these first 8 overs. As I say, this will be the end of this over will see the first decision that I feel the captain's had to make, and it's, do I keep both openers on? They're now, I now get the feeling they're trying too hard. Wickets have come to them easily, and now they're searching for another wicket.
Absolutely. Talk about a case of don't do anything differently, just do what you did for the first 3 overs.
Yeah.
Get that outside off line.
All you were trying to do at the start was hit a spot on the pitch, not get hit for 6.
Yeah.
You know, that sort of, you were just looking to be consistent with your line and length and get the ball down the other end. Now they're thinking, oh, if I bowl an outswinger, now I want to bowl a Yorker.
And an in-swinger now just to mix it up, or
you're
thinking too hard about it. See?
Get out of their own heads. That's a super shot from Blackley. He likes that shot, just leaning onto the back foot.
No, it was nice. I mean, he saw it was almost identical to the previous ball, but it was just just a few inches wider. And thought, thanks very much.
I'll take that one though.
And that was smart by Blackley, just to be patient, wait for that ball to come along. It took him 7 balls to get that shot, but it was worth it. Kept out well, just plays that down to sort of mid-on position for no run.
Well, what it does show, I think, when he puts a ball away like that, you know, is I don't mind about the maiden previous over. I'll go and get my run somewhere else. They will come.
Look how far out of the crease he's batting.
Looking to get on top of the bounce. Nicely played away again through the offside. It's a repeat performance. It's gone to just a couple of feet further forward in front of square. But a beautiful boundary for Blackley, and you get the feeling that Well, cometh the hour.
Well, you do get that feeling, and it's all of a sudden 9 runs have come off this over.
A bit quieter in the field as well then.
Yeah, this is when you need to have a bit of chat to encourage people.
Anybody can chat when things are going well.
I think that man in deep square is wasted. He's bowling a pretty good offside line here. I would be bringing him, if you're going to have someone there, bring him into the next
Bring him in
umpire.
square leg and put your man
Yeah,
out there.
absolutely.
If that's his shot, cut it off. Anyway, 8 overs gone. The score now has moved on to 30 for 3, which looks a bit better than 21 for 3 as it was a couple of overs ago. But it's all about just take this one ball at a time, one over at a time. Now, here we go. He has stayed with the opening bowler, Singh. He's bowled 4 already, and I now think he's dipping into end of innings bowling. You know, whereas it's gone so well for them so far, would you not try and change something now? Perhaps the batsmen are getting used to it. Perhaps the bowler after 4 overs is starting to tire a little bit. And also, don't you want as many overs as possible from your best bowlers at the end?
Well, if it was up to me, this would be his last over in this spell, because he's not really troubling Clark. I mean, he is difficult, but Clark's up to the challenge, so you need to shake it up a bit, I think. Bring in a spin option, maybe?
Quite possibly. Still inside the power play, of course, but this is the 9th. The next one will be the 10th. So if you brought the spinner on from the St John's end, he wouldn't be in the power play. And that maybe that's worth a look. And again, we don't know what bowling resources Lucan have, although the guy down at fine leg, long leg, is now warming up. I wouldn't say vigorously, he's waving his arms around a little bit.
Yeah, just limbering up a little
so
bit.
I think there is going to be a change coming soon. Just
Clark went searching for that one and
nearly found it.
Yeah, did well not to get actually anything on it. That just he's actually difficult to get away, this bowler. I think he's really, really impressive. I think he's making it difficult for batsmen to read him. Oh, that's in the catch.
And he's gone.
Yep.
Clark departs. Another wicket goes, the 4th one, and the captain's decision to keep him on has paid off.
He's a good one, and so I will not criticise him anymore. I think
what do we know?
Captaincy.
What do we know?
Well, that's Lucan on fire. 4 wickets down now. You watch this replay, and
I think the previous delivery was the one that got him that wicket.
Yeah.
That one was close, and this one was just a bit straighter. Clark didn't get across to it enough. It moved slightly away, took the edge of the bat, through to the keeper, and 4 wickets down with only 30 on the board. Could be a half day's work for us today, James.
Wow. Can you get to drinks? Is the first question. Well, can you get to the 10th over?
Yeah.
No, you'll get
Get out of the power play.
Yeah. And then get to 15, and then hopefully get to 20. But boy...
Now, there's still plenty of batting in the Pembroke lineup, but when you have number 6 coming out in the power play, it's not ideal.
Well, you know...
So is it 3 in the power play we talk about?
Yes.
Well, number 6 would hopefully be, in the triple figures by the time they came out.
So, Pembroke in a bit of
voodoo.
doo-doo.
And this has been great bowling by Lucan, though. You can't take it away from them. They've just been on the money. They've had a couple of extras, but really, it
A few boundaries, but you don't mind conceding the boundaries. You're taking wickets like you are. This one played nicely away on the offside. Luke Murray it is in the middle, and he picks up 2 from his first delivery.
I'm glad to see Murray come up the order. Because become more of an all-rounder on this sort of level.
Certainly.
He's a specialist bowler higher up.
Yes, certainly when he plays on the ones, he's there as a specialist bowler. But no harm, sharpen up the batting. Here's another one who's just sort of
nothing
parried.
Really. It's parried on the outside.
Parry, nothing else.
On the offside, and almost got an edge, but he survives the over. He's off the mark. He's scored 2, so that's his first wobble to get through. He's not on the duck anymore, but Lucan, what can you say? 32 for 4. What a performance with the ball so far.
They've done very, very well.
And the bells are here in sunny Pembroke.
Oh, yeah. Not quite bikini weather.
Willing to give it a go.
Yeah.
Might need a few beverages before that happens, but let's not go there.
I'm trying to see if anybody else in the province has lost 4 wickets at this early stage, and I see that Ongar seconds, who are playing Adamstown sevenths.
Well, that's going to be a wide one, would think. Yep.
Ongar seconds, after 12.2 overs, are 15 for 7.
Wow. That's got to be some sort of record.
No.
No, well, unfortunately, it's
Nowhere
not.
near.
Nowhere near, really.
Did you see the game on the internet?
Yeah.
During the week?
All the ducks.
North London.
Yep.
424 for 6 and 2 all out.
That was some scorecard. I was thinking, is that a joke? Because that's a slight disparity in. We just had.
One bowler in that Ongar innings has taken 5 for 5 in 6 overs, and 3 of them have been maidens.
Oh goodness, he may be in the wrong division.
Adamstown 7th player.
Well, this bowler is struggling to find his line. The 2 opening bowls are really on the money.
You see, this is it now. This could be a changing of the game. Change bowlers come on, and perhaps they're not as effective as the first 2. That's another wide, and they'll come through for a second. I'm sure the umpire's going to signal that as a wide, and he does. Every run for Pembroke at the moment, gratefully received.
Well, anything to take off the pressure from the Pembroke point of view. He just looks like he's trying too hard. He's got a very front-on action, and he looks like he's aiming for the keeper as opposed to the batter. Got a little bit of movement the way there, but just played out to point, and there's a man there, so there's no run.
Could be one of these bowlers that takes him a few balls to find his radar.
Well, that ball was the first good ball, I think, from his over. The first one that looked like it was actually doing something.
Is there a pastry all right there, James?
Oh,
this one inside edge.
He would have been.
Oh, that's Niles.
Go for your life.
Well, Blackley, they're very lucky not to play onto his stumps. He got an inside edge, and no one knew where that went, especially the batsman. But he got away with it, and it's probably because he's batting so far out of his crease.
Well, that was it, wasn't it? If he'd been back on the crease line,
this one's cracked behind point, and he picks up a boundary. It was a lovely shot. And we've just gone to nighttime mode here. Just to paint a picture in your mind. There it is. And that was a lovely shot. Just leant back, cracked it behind point. No one there to stop it.
Well, plenty of times we've seen Phil Blackley play a captain's knock. No longer the captain, but they need a captain's knock. Another one driven nicely into the offside. This time the fielder in the ring gets there.
That ball was just a bit too full. He is getting a bit of away movement if he pitches it in the right spot. But he hasn't. I think this is just a warm-up over. Maybe the next over is going to be a lot more in the right channels. At the moment, he's just bowling a bit wide.
And there you go. That will see us to the end of 10 overs. The score has moved on to 42 for 4. Good over that for Pembroke. 10 runs coming from it. And you get the feeling that Phil Blackley is concentrating.
Well, his team really needs him and Murray to basically be there for a good chunk of this innings. Well, they really need to try and get to the 30 overs sort of marks. They need to get some big score. They need to rebuild here, get up to 150 odd at least.
I mean, these two would have loved to have been coming in, say, the 25th over.
Yep.
and find themselves in this position, but perhaps with another 100 runs
on
the board.
Well, this is where it's a good opportunity, especially for Murray, to also reinforce his position going up the teams to say, well, look, I can go in there and I can hold down on the end and make some runs and be there for, 10, 12, 15, 20 overs and contribute. I'm a valuable batsman too, so, we've got batting down to number 11 at a very high level, and that one's a bit wide.
One hand off the bat for Blackley on that occasion. He feels he missed out. It wasn't the gap he was looking for, but he was onto it a bit early.
Yeah.
That's why it forced it out in the way, and why the hand came off the bat.
Wants to be careful against this bowler, though. That was probably one of the widest balls this bowler's bowled. And I'd say the next one is actually going to cut in quite significantly into him. Oh, no, it didn't that time. He's not getting the inward swing that he got earlier, but maybe he's not trying to. I think.
Well, this is another thing with the modern game. Now that we're all playing in pyjamas and we're using pink or orange balls, etc., nobody shines a ball anymore.
Yeah.
That's nicely played by Blackley. There is a man down there at long leg. I think that's Abdullah who bowled at the far end.
It is, I think, you're right. He picks up a single. Again, I think that was part of the plan there, to have 2 or 3 wide and then bring one in dramatically and see if I can get him to play around it and skittle him.
Well, this is Singh's 6 over. Murray keeps that one out.
Again, a good technique by Murray. Very nice straight bat. Very, very steady head.
I think that Singh is the sort of bowler that if he was bowling at the end of the innings and batsmen were willing to take him on, he could be quite expensive.
Murray just playing all around that one and goes through to the keeper for no run.
My goodness, I can see blue sky.
Well, it's quite dramatically different, isn't it, than it was an hour ago?
Yeah.
Murray waits for that one, lets that one come to him. Well played. This soft hands, just plays it off to the offside there for no run. Another over down, 43 for 4 after 11. And these two just need to keep chipping away. Having encouraging chats in the middle there, just working out what their game plan is. I think keep everything very simple.
No, do you remember what the match number was?
No, because I only copy pasted.
Oh, okay.
Give me a second.
Abdullah to continue from the nursery end.
He really tries to bang it in, doesn't he?
Yeah. That one wasn't quite as wide as the previous balls in the other over, so maybe he's getting his radar a little bit more accurate, but luckily just trying to get the timing right now. Oh, another inside edge.
Another French cut. This one runs away. Nobody's stopping that before it reaches the boundary. 4 runs to Blackley, but a bit of encouragement for the bowler as well.
Wow, yeah, you wouldn't mind that as a bowler. You'd be a bit annoyed actually that it didn't take the stumps, but that's twice that Blackley's played that sort of French cut, inside edge. And guys, I wouldn't even bother trying to set a field for that.
No, why would you move a man on account of that delivery?
I mean, seriously.
That's well.
Anyway,
I don't think Pembroke will mind. It means there's a big gap down at third man. This time it's slapped out into the covers, just a single.
Bit of a loose throw to the keeper. The keeper's remonstrating with his fielder a bit about just sort of maybe just calm down a little bit. Again,
Blackley without fuss has moved on to 20.
Yeah, just chipping away. Oh, that was going to be. Ooh, that was. Yeah,
yes.
I thought possibly wide, but.
Pembroke starting to close in on that first half-century score. The rate doesn't really matter at this stage. It's those 4 wickets they've lost.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Just cracked out into the cover region. There is a man on the boundary who picks that one up and they only pick up a single, but it was a lovely shot.
Well, that goes to show you how weird this game is. He plays a lovely shot, go out to the cover boundary, and they get 1. Phil Blackley gets an inside edge, squirts past the keeper, and he gets 4. There's no justice in this game.
Something there that Blackley didn't like, whether the bowler came in to suddenly run up too early or just, whatever it was.
Whatever it was. And this time, Blackley will feel like he missed out a little bit there, but it's important that he doesn't let it get into his head.
Yeah, he's only got about, 180 balls to go.
Yeah. Well, how his teammates,
Ooh.
and indeed his captain, would love him to still be there.
That was the best ball that this bowler has bowled. He just bowled one that went just outside off. Blackley almost edged it through to the keeper, but luckily for him, he didn't get anything on that. And another over down. The 50's up for Pembroke. About at what cost? 4 wickets.
Yes, those 4 wickets falling in the 3rd, 4th, 6th and 9th overs. Noah Smith, Bruce Whaley, Sahil Manchandra and Ethan Clark all back in the pavilion for single-digit scores. Phil Blackley is the one who's standing tallest at the moment. He's on 20 from 24 deliveries. But is Luke Murray perhaps the man to give him the support he desperately needs?
Well, it's a change of bowling now. Looks like a medium pace. Just worked this one on the leg side. I pick up a single.
Well, yes, finally a change of bowling. After, I mean, as a bowler, I never like being taken off if I've just taken a wicket.
Yeah.
However, captain wanting to keep his overs
That's down leg.
for a bit longer. I think this will be a leg bye.
Yeah,
You
just
see the
finish.
umpire's hand slightly away from his body. He signals leg bye.
Just ricocheted off, it was going down leg, ricocheted off the leg, off his pads, and he went down there, just backward to square.
This
One
bowler
run.
has such a whippy action.
Doesn't he?
He's pushing it down leg, towards leg, shall we say. He's starting it a long way outside off.
Yeah, it's like it's his way of correcting it, I think. Wants to be careful he doesn't step outside the bowling crease. But yeah, it's very whippy.
Cigar
He's gonna have a-
Barkhani.
He's going to be very optimistic to get an LBW.
And that is lifted beautifully over to the sideline for a boundary. Murray recognising a poor ball. It was short and it started on the stumps, so he was safe in going round on that one. Whipped it away.
He didn't even look like he hit it that hard.
He didn't need to, did he?
Didn't need. He just sort of, followed it around and basically directed the ball down there to back. What do you call that?
Behind square.
Behind square. That'll do.
Yeah. Michael Sharp corner.
Yeah.
End of Cyril's way.
In front of the clubhouse, that sort of thing. Get the idea.
Yeah. Where you'd sit if you were coming down for a pint of Bournemouth now. That's a better delivery.
And well played. It squirts that one out to point region for no run. All of a sudden, it's getting a bit of a partnership here.
Well, these two have put on 26 now.
Oh, that one did well to keep that out. That was a good ball, actually. Came into the batter.
Did find themselves 30 for 4. These two have almost doubled that. And done so without worry, really.
Well, it hasn't been, apart from a few streaky fours from, luckily, inside edges, they've been very controlled shots from both batsmen.
Most of the boundaries scored actually have been on the offside, which suggests, but batsmen are getting their feet across and playing nice shots. They're playing in front of square on the offside.
Now, I hope I don't jinx him, but what I like about Murray at the moment is he's playing with a very, very intelligent and mature head. He's not trying to hit anything seriously in the air. He's just playing every ball on its merits.
It's the game conditions, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
Understanding that as a batsman, I need to be here.
And that's where batting with somebody like Phil really does the youth a tremendous amount of good. You see a man who puts in a huge amount of practice, loves his cricket, and goes about it the right way.
Yes. Phil Blackley has all the shots, but at the moment he knows what he needs to do for his team. And he'll play those shots like that one when he can. This one is just behind point and they pick up a single.
Fielder in the right place for that shot.
He's just had a look at the bottom end of his bat there. It didn't sound beautiful when it came off, but Again, another shot almost in the identical position. This one by Murray, and they pick up another single. There's a huge gap down here, and I reckon they ought to bring out that guy, or bring someone
deep square leg
to stop one.
It's a 5-4 field at the moment.
Oh, again.
Watch the spin, and he does.
Gets a big thick edge and gets past probably where second slip might have been, second slip might have been, and they pick up a single.
I don't think this bowler has seen two slips too often.
No.
Might have cleared them anyway.
Might have cleared them anyway, but yeah. Again, I think the field is just a fraction deep.
Murray at this time swinging it one outside off and another wide and another one onto the total, and that brings up 60 for Pembroke. He's starting to feel a bit less anxious now. These two have doubled the score for the 5th wicket.
So Murray just wants to be careful not to chase the wide one.
Oh, that one just stayed low.
I thought he actually got something on that and was going to go into the keeper's gloves, but anyway. It's a strange noise.
Signalled as a bye.
Yeah.
That's two. One at each end now that have behaved erratically.
Yeah. I think Buckley needs to just have a quick word to Murray to say, listen, don't have to chase everything. Oh, as he plays that shot.
Blackley just having a word with himself.
Yeah, had a bit of a smile on his face there, going, oh, good ball. And it was a good ball. Just missed the outside edge.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After 14, 61 for 4.
Lucan now searching for wickets.
Well, you can tell now, because when somebody is trying to encourage the teammates, it's a lone voice.
Yeah.
Whereas before it was one in a lot of chatter.
Yeah.
The fielder's calming down a bit as these two are trying to rebuild this Pembroke innings, having found themselves 30 for 4. It's good to hear Kevin Ryan on the live chat. Thanks for joining us, Kevin. The end of the over, James. Remind me to throw up a batting card.
Yeah, sure.
This one played away on the offside. Not played directly to a fielder, so they get through for the single. That will bring Blackley back on strike.
Practices his football skills there. Pick up a single, like you say.
Oh, nicely called by Blackley.
Yeah, that was good running. Again, let's go over the subject that we have spoken about ad nauseum. About fielders on the ring.
How deep are they?
Yeah.
Are they meant to be saving the single? And if they are, they aren't.
That's a better ball and well played. No run.
Oh, turning into a half-decent day now.
Yeah, it's actually got a little bit warmer.
I think the outfielder's quickened up with the slight breeze coming across it, has dried it out, taken the moisture off the leaves.
Good ball. Well played, just defended nicely for no run. He gets a big angle from his bowling stance or where he comes in. I'd be lucky whether he would get any LBWs. Unless there's some remarkable in-swing or something.
Or not playing a shot.
Yeah.
That one again, drifting onto the leg side. Nicely fielded in the ring, but having gone to ground, he was never going to get the ball back in. Pete Twymley's just arrived on the ground. Good to see Pete.
One of the legends of the club.
for more years than I care to remember. Pete
Lucky
having
us.
been a member here for nigh on 50 years, I'd
that
say.
was never. I like the
optimism.
optimism, but even the second slip. It's a bit of a giveaway when you play a shot like that it's going down leg.
Yes.
And also when you're bowling on an angle like that, you know.
So,
Anyway, you never know unless you ask.
15 overs gone, 64 for 4. Oh yes, thank you very much, Niall. Seems James forgot. That's all right, I've got it here. I got it here. I think I have it here.
Card?
Hmm?
You want to look at the card? Yeah.
Yeah. And there you go.
That's
Pretty sorry sight at the top.
well, it's kind of like a Stephen King novel, really, isn't it? It's a bit scary.
Yeah. But these two now coming together, and for the bowling side, Lucan will be very pleased. There you see the fall of wickets, all consistent at the start, but 2 wickets for each of the openers, and 11 extras in just 15 overs. And it's not like we've seen a 5 wides.
No.
Change of bowling, new bowler to come on.
Hussein. Oliver Hussein, maybe? We're just speculating there, but we're waiting for the name to come up. He's bowling from the nursery end. Bit of a spin option here. Again, he's played on to the offside. There was a sweeper out there in the deep. Just pick up the one. Murray now on 12, Blackley on 23.
Ongara 31 for 8 now, making a big recovery there.
This is the better ball. Just getting a bit of drift in the air there and get bowled in a good length. It's defended well by Blackley. Squirts out the offside for no run. Oh, he's actually bowling quite well here. That's a good length. He's getting a bit of movement in the air.
I'm
Just
surprised it's taken so long for him to come on.
Yeah, I think
you'd have thought that he'd have been first change. Get on your mystery
Wow.
spinner.
He's looking like he could get some dangerous shots there, or balls, I should say. This one's played out to, sort of deep cover, I suppose it's called.
Behind the pole.
Behind the pole when they pick up a single.
I'm not trusting the
But he
weather
looks
that
like
much.
the bowler that would cause you a bit more
Thought.
Again,
Murray looking for the big shot. He was late in his shot decision and then tried to play across the line.
probably did well not to get anything on that because there's a man down here in Long On. That's a better
time.
ball.
Better ball and better response to the better ball.
Just played it out in the cover region for no run. Again, just chipping away. It's 2 from that over. Good over for Lucan. Pembroke just need to keep chipping away.
We'll just have another look at that bowling card. Lucan will be pleased to see this. They have now used 5 bowlers, so one wonders if there'll be more or if they're going to shuffle it around. As James says, those 11 extras, a big help for Pembroke at this stage. And the bowling, well, it's been quite economical, perhaps, with the exception of Abdullah's 3 overs going for 21. So we're ready to resume. Bogani to continue his 3rd over.
It's one bit too wide and it's... Sorry.
No, work away.
So a bit too wide.
That's
Oh,
just sloppy. There was no single there. Nice bit of fielding as Blackley had played it out on the offside. But the return, well, is ignored by everybody. And eventually, boundary rider on the other side having to pick it up and lets them through for the single. This will bring Murray on to strike. Murray, I think, has taken a liking to this bowler. He's quick to recognise the ones that are going down leg, that's for sure.
Oh, did everything could to miss that one. He's played all over that one and lucky it bounced over the stumps, went through to the keeper, but that was, wow. The ball where you sort of count your lucky stars as a batsman. This one down leg now.
There you go. Clips around. There are 2 men behind square on the leg side. Maximum allowed down in that quadrant.
Picks up a single. He's good off his legs, that's for sure. Is Murray?
He is, isn't he? He's picking up those shots beautifully. Blackley to face now. He plays one just down the ground. If it was the last 5 overs, one suspect that would have been followed by a call of yes. Wasn't to be on this occasion.
No, quite rightly so. It's just, I'll just take a few strides down the pitch and have a look, but no, I'll get back. Well played though. Just won the full toss and he whiffs that one off his legs. They're looking for 2. No, but they decide not to get it. The man comes in, the boundary rider, and picks it up, and that's very sloppy fielding there.
Threw it along the ground.
Yeah.
Gave the wicketkeeper no chance.
That was a
I
terrible
mean, they had
return.
decided that they weren't going to take the second anyway, but that was just awful.
That was a terrible throw. I mean, people just need to realise, if you're throwing it in, try and bounce it in front of the keeper. Give him half a chance. Giggity.
Score was 69 for 4, and now but one played out to the... Perhaps a bit slippier than he thought, because he overslid that one.
I'm not sure if he's got spikes on, but he almost dragged it over the line with him.
The umpire's checking whether it was a 4.
I think he got away with it.
Here you go.
There we go.
You see the pace he's moving at. He's determined to stop this ball, and he gets there in time. But artistic impression? Whoa!
Yeah.
I see why the umpire was asking the question.
He dragged up the line.
Because you saw the rope move as well.
Yeah.
But I think he did a superb job.
I think he did great work there, and I think he gets probably an 8.8.
Yep. Out of 6.
Yeah.
So,
Fantastic.
another over completed. Pembroke move on 71 for 4.
No, he's saying I'd be interested to see this over because he looked dangerous in the first over. This one he bit down leg and that's just crunched by Blackley around the corner. It's not going to get to the boundary. They will pick up 3. And it's good running.
Well, luckily the backer-upper was paying attention, but they pick up 3 for that.
And I think Blackley, like myself, would need to have a sit down now.
Yeah, they'll call for the oxygen mask.
That's where you sort of say, don't you shoot aces up again, can
I
you?
wouldn't mind, he doesn't smoke or anything.
I know.
Stephen Moore, with Stephen Moore as our captain at the time. We once ran a 3, and I said, I am never running a 3 again. I don't mind jogging. If the third one's just a walk through, fine.
Yeah.
But
not full pelt.
Not trying to beat the throw or something like that. It's not worth it, because you spend the next 4 deliveries just breathing. Blackley Murray onto that one, drives it down towards the boundary.
Oh, that's terrible fielding.
And that is not the greatest fielding you've ever seen.
If
Just stuck a foot out.
Fielder didn't even actually try to get his hands down, they stuck a foot out and with the hope that he might get some contact on it.
He did get some contact on it, but all he could do was kick it into the hedge.
Yeah, it was pretty ugly. There was no dive, there was no real
I don't know.
effort.
Back live now. And that one on the stumps, and so Murray just plays it back down. Murray has crept along to 19, just playing a lovely supporting role for Blackley at the moment, who's on 29. They have put on
a lot.
Well, I was kind of hoping that he'd hit boundary there, and then I could say a half-century partnership, but they're on 48 at the moment.
No, but he's doing a great job for his team and his own cause, this one.
Oh, that is a lovely shot from Murray, because you could see his shoulders opened. He really wanted to power that one down the ground, realised it wasn't there, and very quickly made the adjustment. And what a super shot that is. And it does bring up the 50 partnership. Here you'll see it again.
Is beautiful.
You can see he's going, oh, and then just late, just delicately plays it down to wide third, and the fielder just never, well, I was going to say never in the frame, but they both are in the frame, but not in with a chance of stopping that one. Lovely shot from Murray, 82 for 4 after 18.
Murray now moves on to 23, Blackley on to 29. Now
these 52 these two have put on now.
Well, that's really helped the Pembroke cause the kind of limp into getting towards that triple figures. A long way to go yet. They really need another 140, 150 runs on top of this I think on a day like today to have a chance of defending it. But
Anything over 160, I think, is defendable today.
If you bowl out of your skin and you don't drop anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 180 can,
180
can let you drop something.
Yeah. Don't have to change the bowling here. Spin attack.
This one cut away on the offside. The fielder is there, but he can't take it cleanly, and that lets him get through for another one.
I wonder if these looks like a few of these fielders don't have spikes and they're slipping a lot.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of runners out there. Lucan's home pitch, of course, is a mat, so one would wonder how many of them would invest in
A bit of bounce there.
end spikes on the basis of, at least half your games are on a mat, and then if half your away games are, is it financially viable to carry around a set of spikes all the time?
Good point.
I mean, we are really...
Oh, you thought he got that one through and Murray did well not to get bowled.
I mean, we really are blessed as members of Pembroke with the facilities we have here.
Oh, unbelievably. This one's too short and clubs it down to mid-on sort of position. They pick up a single.
The sun has come out.
It looks glorious at the moment.
Oh,
Looks absolutely fantastic. You wouldn't have known that there was rain an hour and a half ago or thereabouts.
it's a day where you bring your mankini and your wellies, I think.
No, it's the only LBW rule, mate. Firstly, you got to be in line.
Another change of bowling here. Lucan have decided that spin is the way to go. 2 overs, or just about an over and a delivery to go to drinks now. Blackley just plays that one away. That will be the end of that over. It was a quick over, just 2 runs coming from it, 84 for 4. And we go, oh.
And they call drinks, have they?
Have they called drinks an over early?
Have they shortened the game?
Perhaps it's a shorter game now. Yes, perhaps it's only a
Maybe.
38 over game.
Half an hour, didn't we?
Well, maybe. Yeah, that would make sense.
No.
Well, they
Common sense would be, look, we're at the time of year where it's not going to get dark till very late. All this, you've been off for 17 minutes, therefore you've lost 3.2 overs. Just go and play 40 overs aside and be done with it. What they should have is a time like, say, 4 o'clock. And if at 4 o'clock afterwards you lose overs. But
yes, but sort of...
You've
No,
seen
but
how slow these teams can be.
But
I have, yeah.
But I just think it's like, you've got to get through, guys. So go up a gear, get through your fielding changes, change your overs quicker. I like the way that we're in Clontarf watching the international match. They've got the 60-second countdown.
Right.
Change overs. Obviously, it's because of commercials and other things. And other,
Yeah, absolutely.
But you need to have that here. You've got 30 seconds to get into position, guys. Or something like that.
It is getting to that stage now where, I mean, it's made such a difference in baseball now that that there are pitch counts and pitch clocks, and you have to pitch within a certain amount of time, etc., etc. And the amount of time varies during the game, etc.
Yep.
It's a strange one. I don't know the full rules, and we need Charlie here to explain it. But they got to a stage whereby 67% of all games were going on for over 3.5 hours. And if you've got a game starting at 6 in the evening and you've got young kids, then you can't really go to those games because you're going to get home so late. So they brought in this pitch clock, and it really has shortened to such an extent that less than 10% of games are now going beyond 3.5 hours.
That's a good innovation.
Yeah, it's something you need. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just gonna tickle your face.
That's going to be really weird if you're listening to this.
Yeah.
What are they doing in that?
Slips onto a different channel. Well, Keegan Shit's parents have set themselves up. Little picnic going on in the corner of the ground down by the car park. I suspect we might see him bowling later on, if not batting soon enough. Just while the players are at drinks, we will show you the batting card.
Oh, look at that sun's just come out.
First of all, the important stat as far as Pembroke is concerned is this 5th wicket partnership. Phil Blackley and Luke Murray, you can see they've done really well. 54 off just 62 deliveries.
About 31 balls.
And here is our match summary at the moment. Pembroke thirds after 19 overs, 84 for 4. Phil Blackley and Luke Murray, both the top scorers. And the mere fact that your third highest scorer is Ethan Clark with 7 would show you. You can see the 2 openers on the Lucan side are the ones with the wickets, Rocky and Chirag. And they really bowled well at the start when the overcast conditions certainly were useful to them.
They were very impressive. Yeah, they just kept it in the right lines and just had enough movement to rattle everyone. And well, you'd also say that they forced some of the Pembroke batters to get themselves out.
Yes.
The game quote was, what, the pitch is greener than the mat?
The pitch is greener than the mat.
Yeah.
It's certainly a more vivid green if you're watching this in Ultra HD.
It's definitely Emerald Isle stuff, isn't it?
4K.
No, there's no 4K.
And what other
Broke the network.
jargon I've picked up in my watching of Curry's adverts.
Yeah.
So we're going to resume now for the second half of this Pembroke Thirds innings. This Division 7 game in between Pembroke Thirds and Lucan today. 19 overs gone. And the story so far has been that Pembroke fell to 30 for 4. Noah Smith, Bruce Whaley, Captain Sahil Manchandra and Ethan Clark all departing. Ethan Clark had 4 different partners. He did well to last as long as he did, but eventually he departed. But that wicket fell in the 9th over, and then since then it's been Pembroke. These two have put on 52 runs between them, and
Looking very solid.
Pembroke will be happier now at drinks than they were often in the power play.
Now, this is one of the most dangerous times for a batsman. Straight after drinks, you've got to reset.
That and 3:15 in the morning.
Yeah.
Dangerous times for batsmen.
So far, so good from a Pembroke point of view. Lucan, again, a lot of chat out there in the field and searching to break this partnership.
Once you've had your little chat
Yeah.
on the sidelines, there does tend to be an increase in enthusiasm.
Oh.
Murray teasing everybody, using the edge of his bat to put it over to square leg. It looped up over there, but the only person who could have caught that was the umpire. And it's now turned into a glorious day. Fluffy white clouds, high white clouds.
White.
It's still a good strong breeze.
Okay, I'm going to get on my high horse now again. Yeehaw. I really hate fielders who throw the ball in at the keeper's ankles.
Well, you won't get any arguments from the Honourable Secretary.
Best keeper in the club.
Kevin Ryan has spent the last 30 years? Yeah, at least 30 years. I'm surprised he doesn't actually wear shin pads under his pads because his ankles are targeted so often by the lower teams. And that's just the bowlers.
Yeah.
But no, I know what you mean about throwing in at the feet.
That one just played, smothered the spin, just played off to the leg side, mid-wicket and for no run. Did well to keep that out. It's a good over from a Lucan point of view. Only 2 from it.
86 for 4. Well, they put on 84 in the first 19 overs. So let's say that 4.5, 80, 90.
Well, if they can put on another 80 or 100 now, I think they will thank their lucky stars.
Yes. Yeah, anything over 160, I think they'll be happy with.
Well played there by Murray. Just waited for the ball to come onto him. It was coming into him quite well, and he just played it with a straight bat back to the bowler for no run. You can see that one was tempting.
He wanted to punch that one down the ground for a single.
Yeah. It's a good bowler, this guy. Hussain. He's giving some good drift and movement. Oh.
This one played away to the leg side. It's in the air. The fielder can't get to it. It crashes into the fence. It went through his hands. And 6 runs for Murray. And the score moves on to 91 for 4. Well, it's not the cleanest shot.
It's the confidence of youth, though, isn't it?
It looked like he was trying to sweep it on the ground.
Yeah.
It went very aerial. The fielder thought he had a chance, and perhaps if he'd been back on the rope.
This one just drifting down leg, and it's just tickled away.
That's beautifully played.
Is it going to get the whole way? No, it isn't.
But another 2 runs.
Well fielded there by Lucan.
But yeah, that fielder going for that catch that ended up being 6, I just felt he came in a couple of yards, and if he'd stayed on the rope, it may have been head height. As it was, he was trying to catch it over his head.
Yeah, and it was unbalanced and it was still in
and it
motion.
just burst through his hands
Yeah.
and went for 6. Yes, beautiful sunshine here now at Sydney Parade.
I mean,
Short, Murray onto it. It's going to clear the fielder who is on the ring and runs away to the boundary. And suddenly the spinner is having to reassess his attack.
yeah, we dragged that one down. It was a terrible ball. That was just like half tracker, really, wasn't it?
Well, you see it here, replay in front of you.
Murray
It's
didn't.
wide, it's short. He didn't really use his feet, but just swung at it. And, well, Charlie would have been better off describing that shot because it certainly was more baseball than cricket. But it cleared the fielder. It went for 4. It ended the 21st over. And the score now 97 for 4.
It was a shot that looked like he was waiting for it to come in,
And it didn't.
and it didn't. And I still got enough on it to get it over the rope, or over the ring and onto the rope.
Murray has now moved on to 37, outpacing his partner. We spoke earlier, and I called him the junior partner. He's certainly contributing more runs to this partnership.
This one down leg as well, and it gets around.
No fielder there is going to stop it. It's going to trickle away to the fence, is it?
Yep, that
There it
made
is. I think the fielder was delighted to see it reach the fence, to be honest.
And
He was hardly moving at pace to get to it. And that brings up 100 for Pembroke. 101 for 4 in the 22nd over. The run rate isn't too bad, 4.77. As I say, if they keep on at that, they'll be looking at 170, around that sort of 170, 180. And if they can get in excess of that, it would be superb. These two, they've done a fabulous job. They've put on 71 for the 5th wicket so far. And Pembroke needed that and needed it badly.
as a captain, would you start thinking, do I bring back one of my opening bowlers just to try and break this partnership? They've put 70 on now.
Well, that's it, isn't it? I mean, how are you going to break this partnership? Do you shuffle your bowlers, or do you keep on your spinner because you think he's causing the most difficulties?
Well, I think this bowler at the moment, Hussain, it was difficult for the first two, but they now seem to have worked him out.
I certainly feel a lot more comfortable against him. Even the balls on the stumps now, you can see they're trying to be positive with them, push them away on the offside, looking for the gap in the field, looking to push it past the fielder.
I still think he's probably the most dangerous bowler of the change bowlers. This
Murray clubbing that one down the track for a single.
one, yeah, just gets it to mid-on, picks up one.
Pembroke will feel a lot better seeing 3 figures on the board.
Let's imagine.
Dragging themselves back into this game, I feel.
I think that's well played by Phil. Just plays it onto the leg side with soft hands, picks up a dot ball there. But defends well.
That's cut away by Blackley, one-handed. And they pick up an easy single.
I just don't feel like this bowler is asking any real difficult questions now. They've seen him, they've got used to it, and they're keeping out the good ball, and he's just bowling enough wide balls so they can pick up singles. So I think from a Pembroke point of view, they'd be delighted if he stays on for a few more overs.
Yeah, he's going at 5 and over, and
Yeah.
you get the feeling that, as you say, the first 2 overs were very economical, so he's going at more than 5 and over for the last couple anyway. Luke Murray has moved on to 38.
If I was the captain, I'd be saying, well, thanks for now. We'll just mix it up to see if we can sort of get the batsman overthinking and make a mistake.
Another change of bowling now. Now, I can tell you, I've seen this guy in the field, and I can tell you, if he hits the pads, you will see the most enthusiastic appeal.
Yes, we have
He's
seen
been
him.
enthusiastic down at third man and at
Second slip.
deep slip, but if he hits a pad here, this one just played away on the leg side by Blackley.
It's the dot ball. He's
Cop
getting
now.
plenty of encouragement by his teammates. They're looking for trying to to buy this wicket. Field is still quite deep on that. Yeah,
There we go.
There we go. He should run a course on how to do appealing. He's great.
He certainly gets the appeal in there. All in one breath.
Yeah.
So you can't say it was multiple appeals. It was all the one breath, but it just, oh. This one played down the ground. There's a touch of the Monica Seles about him as well when he bowls. He releases it to a great grunt.
You know what? I'd probably bring Cow Corn up for a couple of balls and try to get them to hit over and miss hit.
Encourage the miss
You've
hit.
got so many runs, you know, you've got to do something different. You might have to buy a wicket, but...
Oh, that one's poor
sloppy.
fielding, sloppy fielding in the ring. Lets them get through for a single. Murray gets down to the non-striker's end. 106 for 4. Murray moves on to 39.
Yeah, I'd actually bring guys off the boundaries. The two guys here...
Well, they've done it here now.
Yeah.
There's a change here. Blackley being offered cow corner. In fact, from square leg to long on is all open. Oh, there is a fielder here.
Yeah, there is a fielder, sorry, but I'd bring him in...
into the ring.
well, basically, yeah, put him on mid-on.
Try and hit me off.
Yeah. And if we give away 2 or 3 boundaries, so what?
If you pick up the wicket, then it's worth it.
Yeah.
If.
Well, even if you just try for a couple of balls, just to sort of... Geez, what's
Oh, he's appealing for one that went straight through to the keeper. That's an unusual one.
23 down.
And here is the ball from earlier in the over. And as James says, this man, he has a PhD in appealing. Well, there you go. A study in appeals, and Nalla's was a strong appeal for a not out.
Yep. 106 for 4 after 23 now. We can just need to be patient.
Hussain with his mystery spin, off spin, still back on at the nursery end. This is his 5th over.
Yeah, that's a good ball. Just beats the outside edge. Goes through to the keeper for no run.
Murray looking to play that shot quite regularly against this bowler, just leaning back and playing him out in the leg on the offside. Takes his single. You said it earlier, James. The maturity that Luke Murray is showing is very impressive.
Well, I just like the way that he's reading the situation so well. He's just happy to get the singles, just keep rotating the strike, grind out the innings. There's been enough loose balls to sort of pick up boundaries, and all of a sudden, both these guys are heading towards 40, maybe even half centuries each. They are looking really comfortable in the middle. They have the odd wobble, as you will expect. The rush of blood and the head goes back and the mouth opens up and the eyes roll back in the head and that sort of stuff. But, it only happens every now and again. This one's a good ball when it's just defended off to the offside for no run. It's a good contest between these two sides, but Lucan is struggling now to find a plan to get these guys out. I actually think it's a bit... Ooh.
He's got him.
He's got him now.
He's
there you
got
go,
him.
just as I said
Murray
it.
dragged down the track, and Hussain picks up a stumping. And Murray is on his way. He scored 40.
And what a good 40 that was. He should hold his head up high, and he's congratulated there by a couple of the Lucan guys.
They recognise what a good innings that was. From a Pembroke point of view, they've broken that partnership. That partnership 78 between Murray and Blackley. And this is how he finally got him in the end. Fine work by bowler and keeper.
Oh, lovely. Look at this.
Goes forward just to play it. His foot rises up and he knows he's in trouble. He overbalanced.
Yeah.
Once the hand went down, he'd gone too far forward. Overbalanced, and that is a 5th wicket down for Pembroke with the score on 108 and 1 ball left in the 24th over.
Good work there by Lucan. They've I was just about to say it's starting to get pedestrian, but they've got that breakthrough at last, and all of a sudden the pendulum seems to have swung in their direction again. Not that it was really in Pembroke's area, but Pembroke were staging a good recovery there. Now that's been undone. So the new batsman who comes out, we're just waiting for the name. This might be Naveen, I would say.
Well, he's going to feel the responsibility on his shoulders now.
Well, Naveen's he's a very capable batsman. And
yeah, but he's also capable of playing rash shots.
Well, he does, and that's why he's,
That's why he's going in number 7.
Number 7, no doubt, but it's a good opportunity for him to step up for his team, and another lovely shot on the offside down to long off, picks up a single.
Not trying to overhit anything there. Play it away into the space, take the single.
Yeah, I like what this bowler's doing actually. He's pulling everyone into the ring.
Tighter.
And this guy here at sort of no man's land of long off, mid off, sort of, I'd actually bring him in another 5 or 6 paces.
Or at least have him walking in. He's just standing on that disc. And that's where Blackley's picking up that single.
Yeah.
So come in and stop that single, please.
Yeah, if it gets past you, I mean, there's only 109 on the board. Fine, but just, try to force the batsman to do rash things and maybe get a wicket.
Well, Naveen Malapatil.
There you go.
He's giving the bowler some encouragement at the moment and probably giving Phil Blackley palpitations.
Yeah, there's a shot of a man new to the crease, just sort of dabbing at it more than anything. No conviction in that shot. This is a bit better.
He's got him.
Oh, it's got him. He played on, did he? Or just got through him?
I don't know whether that took an inside edge or not, but it hit the top of the stumps. And the score 109 now for 6. Naveen Patu departs without scoring. He's actually the first duck of the day.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm astounded myself.
And suddenly Lucan find themselves back in the box seat.
Wow. Really in control of this game, aren't they? I mean, they're going to be thinking, oh, well, we're going to have these guys out for 130, 140.
And they'll chase that quickly.
Yeah, and we'll be home before drinks. This is a good ball. And just
Naveen coming across his stumps.
Yeah,
and trying to play at one. He was trying to cut it down to 30. It was just too tight to him to do that. Got through him and bounced on the top of the bails and removed them.
Yeah, 109 actually. Yeah.
109 for 6.
Well,
he didn't need to appeal for that one. And here it is again. That's all right now.
It's a beautiful ball.
I'm sure the bowler saves him rewinding this a few times.
Yeah. No, that was great.
You just can't cut that one, Naveen. It's too close to you. That's where the straight bat is needed.
Looks like Keegan Schiff.
No.
Isn't it?
Paddy Morris.
Paddy Morris, right.
Phil Blackley now.
Haven't seen Paddy for a while.
Well, took a year off, I think.
Yeah.
And he's now back playing with the thirds.
It was good to see. Well, what a position to find yourself in when you come back into the team.
Yeah, by the way, we want you to bat.
And you've got to dig ourselves out of a hole here. Oh.
This one squirts off the edge of his bat, going down towards third. There is a man after it. He will pick it up in front of the boundary, but Morris gets 2 to his name. Not the most convincing of shots, but an effective result. And now they move on to Nelson. 1-1-1 for 6.
And he's off the dreaded duck, though.
And yes, that leaves Naveen still as the sole duck carrier today. Last ball of the 25th over. Fired in, and the fielder.
Oh. Bit of excitement there, basically chopped it out to the cover fieldsman who picked it up and threw the stumps down, but Paddy Morris got back into his ground, and after all that, nothing happened.
1-1-1 for 6 after 25. Normally there'd be 15 overs to go. I suspect there's only 13 to go because they had drinks at 19. I think they would have lost 2 overs each. And it's a 38 over game. Ridiculous.
Yeah,
Regulations are regulations.
Either do it in chunks of 5 or don't do it at all. You know?
Yeah.
Stop this pussyfooting around.
Well,
Anywho.
Hussein to continue then, unsurprisingly, from the nursery end.
And this day has turned out to be absolutely glorious. Perfect conditions for cricket. This one just played back to the bowler for no run.
Blackley has been in the 30s for a while now. He's seen a couple of partners come and go at the other end. This time tossed up more by the bowler. Played with some respect by Blackley.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but he's showing himself to be able to lifts that one in the air and it just gets past the cover fieldsman, or extra cover fieldsman, and it gets to the boundary. For a minute there, I thought he'd actually set up for a catch.
Risk-reward stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it was.
You're either out or you've scored 4. It was in the air, but no fielder intercepted it before it reached the rope. 4 more for Blackley, and he's got out of the 30s. He's into the 40s. 43 not out now. It's taken him the best part of facing 10 overs to get there.
A few oohs and ahs, subcontinent style out there in the middle. And the bowler's really enjoying himself. This one.
Blackley realising how short that one was, played it round the corner. Paddy Morris's partner was quick to come through for the single. Left Phil just to jog up the other end, going to the safer of the 2. Not many down to watch the thirds today. Sure you're all off doing your bank holiday chores. I'm sure there is, but I haven't looked it up in a while.
Yeah, we'll bring you some other game results as
Graham would say.
If there's a lull in the game.
We'll go around the grounds if we get the opportunity.
This ball just let through to the keeper. Well watched, and that's the end of the over. 26 down now, 116 for 6.
With that, James, you'll excuse me for a moment. I'm going to leave you in the box, and I'll be back in just a minute.
Same bowler to continue, as you'd expect, after picking up a wicket in his previous over. It's bowling very well. Blackley on strike. He's played a great innings for his team. Can he keep going on with it? This one, drifting down leg. He does appeal nicely. Again, that's part of the course that you can apply for. But it's just down leg. He even understands it himself. One of the best appealers I've seen in recent times. This one, inside edge onto the stumps. Oh, he's been given. He's been given. I thought he actually got an inside edge there, but Blackley's been given his LBW. Wow, there you go. And that's really shaken things up. All of a sudden, Pembroke are now back into a heap of trouble. Not that they were ever really out of it, but the main batsman now has departed. Blackley on 44. Here we watch this. Thought there was 2 noises. And he's given, and wow, Lucan are on fire. 7 down now, 116 on the board, and Pembroke in a heap of trouble. New batsman arrives in the crease. Just waiting to see who this is. Azizi. So 2 relatively new batsmen in Paddy Morris and Azizi, who hasn't faced the ball, are out there in the middle, and the hopes of Pembroke rest on their shoulders. And Lucan are having a sensational day in the park. They have bowled really well. bowler to continue. It's easy thought about getting back there to cut it and realised the ball was coming in and defend it. Got back to defend it, back to the bowler for no run. He's got plenty of time. He wants to have a bit of a look, one would think. Just to assess the situation. He's charged it and missed it completely. Luckily went down the leg side and the keeper did well to stop that. But that's not the shot you want to be playing when you're 7 down and in the 27th over and got a heap of time and a long way to go. That was very, very silly. He was very lucky to get away with that, but makes it entertaining. This way, just defended away. No foot movement. Flapped on his crease a bit there, but he was able to play it away on the offside for no run. And Lucan, one would feel, gets sniffed at another wicket, is not far away. This one. I think inside edge on the pads, no over. And a very good over there for Lucan. It's a wicket maiden. After 27, 116 for 7. This is brilliant work there by Lucan. They're just searching for 3 magic balls.
Seems like you've lost a co-commentator.
Can't even read that. Yeah, looks at the pitch maybe is doing something. But I also think watching the ball come out of the bowler's hands, that they're really getting some zip on that ball. This one, played back to the bowler. Stuck out of hand and bounced straight over the top, allowing the batsman to get through for a single. Couldn't believe that he missed it. I don't think he'd be too upset. Brings us easy on strike. And he waits and cuts that one down to point. No run. This one down leg side. Plays it around the corner there. They'll pick up a single. So he's off the mark. That's easy. Always makes you feel a bit better as a batsman to get the first run. This one played back to the bowler again. This time he does collect it and there is no run. Good contest between batter and bowler. Which one's going to blink? This one a bit straighter and nearly gets bowled. The ball squirts through the keeper. There was a bit of a yes, no moment there, but luckily they both went back into their creases and there was no run-out opportunity, but a bit of panic there. Bit of excitement in the middle. Anything could have happened. I think for this, what this bowler needs to do is just keep it on the stumps. That last ball goes through to the keeper for a dot. So after 28, it's 118 for 7. Hussain doing a good job there. Again, I just think stump-to-stump bowling. And they'll wait for the crossbat shot.
I was only away for a moment, James. What happened?
I know, you blinked for a minute. Wicket maiden there at one stage. So I forgot to fill out the valuable book so you can make it up as you like.
Who was out?
Blackley.
Phil, do you know how many he got?
44.
That's a shame, isn't it? He really has been the backbone of this.
I thought it was an inside edge. But maybe it might have been pad then bat. I don't know, but anyway, it was
given.
And
he's on his way back. 118 for 7.
But you've missed some good appealing too by this bowler. And there will be a 1 hour course on this later on in the year. I think, if we can get everything lined up. Oh.
Azizi, the new batsman, making his return to Pembroke this year. He took a year off.
Just played that one, nice soft hands on the leg side, just dropped it kind of at his feet, and they got through for a single. And we've got a seagull back on the ground. Yeah, not that you can see it, but we can, so that's what matters.
Son of Sydney. Well, that's in the air, and the fielder told to catch it. He could have caught it as it bounced back off the wall.
Yeah, if he was about 25 feet high, he might have got a chance at that.
Yeah, I mean, really catch it. That's the one call I really don't like. Catch it.
Like,
why? What else did you want me to do with it?
What
was the other options?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Oh, well. And especially if the ball's travelling towards you at the time. Catch it. Oh, what?
Yeah. So thanks for that. That's really encouraging and helpful. As I'm trying to set on underneath it.
Not at all.
Anyway.
So
we've got some issues to work through.
Yes, we do. Poor therapists having to listen to this.
Good shot by Morris.
Nicely then played away down to the short third. Azizi quick on his feet, gets down to the striker's end. Paddy Morris moves on to double figures.
And they've brought someone back to cow corner now. I think that's maybe a bit early.
Yeah, I mean at this stage
he hasn't shown any.
He hasn't shown. Nobody's shown any attempt to attack with the slog sweep.
I mean, they're just poking the ball around. Why wouldn't you encourage them to go over the top? Like, okay, have a go.
Yeah. We're not going to give you any singles in here. Where are you going to get your runs from? In the air. Let's see you do it. And that's the sort of thing.
This guy here doesn't move at all. He's like a statue.
No.
Long on.
No
long
walking in.
I don't think he understands. Anyway, the game, really. I think he's like a spectator.
And that's what he is. He's a statue in the field, sitting on the ring.
He's the guy that's going to come in. I don't do runs, I just hit big sixes.
Well, there is the big shot.
Horrible camera work, so no idea where it was.
Good shot of the pole there. And it was behind the pole, actually. That's where it hit. That's the trouble. It was.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Hit on the top of the wall.
We need it
flying back onto the field of play.
I need to get through, those see-through poles, the perspex poles.
Perspex pole, yeah.
Yeah, let's see how that works. Yeah.
Hussain to continue then from the nursery end for his 8th over.
Yeah, I think if he just bowls on the stumps at the moment, he'll be pretty lethal. Nice knock, mate.
Well done, Luke.
I was talking to
Bruce,
yeah.
So you see letting that one slide past on the offside. He's going to make this bowler bowl to him. That's wide.
Oh, he's doing everything he can to get his neck.
He wanted to get an edge on that, didn't he?
He did. He tried his best.
I have to agree with you, Kevin. 160 could be enough.
This one down leg, is it going to be given?
You see, that's a half-hearted appeal.
Yeah.
It's just,
I thought it might have been given.
If it had been from this end, that appeal would have been far more convincing.
Yeah, I think he needs to actually brush up on the course.
Yeah, I think he needs to go and have a word with his teammate and say, can you take me through how to appeal in such a unique fashion?
This one.
Azizi puts it round the corner, the fielder is there, he takes the simplest of catches, and Azizi is on his way, and on his way for just 2.
That's the statue who caught that.
He didn't move for it though, did he?
Well, that's the sort of ball I thought he would have, leaving that to go down leg side and get up. He got the wide.
Take the wide.
Take the extra, but he just tapped it around and lifted it up actually, and it was a good catch.
Now the sin of this is that Pembroke are going to leave a lot of overs unbowled.
Well, not even going to get the 150 the way they're going. But there is Keegan Shipp. He's still got, he's a capable batsman.
Our viewer in Australia, Mr. Volker, he's asking, does he need to pad up yet? And I'd say yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if he was one of the... YouTube's just been lying. 0 for lumps. It seems to be all right.
This is Keegan Shipp.
So long as we have Kieran Volker tuning in from Australia. We'll keep going, James, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what matters. Always good to have KV in the beanbag watching the show.
Bundy and Coke in one hand.
There's a game on Monday. You can get on the plane and be here just in time. Yeah.
And then get home again for Wednesday.
Yeah.
So Hussein 2 for 30 in his 8th over. And now Keegan Ship.
Young man has come up from basically a very, very junior level to play for the thirds this season. He's got what it takes. He just needs to find a bit of confidence now and have a bit of time in the middle. This is a perfect opportunity for him to do that. He's got probably 8 overs left.
One, 2, 7 for 8.
Another wicket made in there.
That's 30 overs gone. You know, we think there's just 8 overs remaining, but 8 overs is still 48 balls. And if
Cricket Club says 38 overs.
Oh, it does. Okay, 38
On your
overs.
screen, but
Yep.
so, certainly 170 at a run a ball. So, trouble is, just 2 wickets remain, and will Pembroke actually bat out their 8 overs? What do you think, James? You're one of these batsmen. Are you looking to score runs quickly and saying, well, get what I can while I can, and the end will come when it comes? Or do you say, right, we're going to bat these 8 overs. If we get to 4 overs to go and we still have 2 wickets in hand, then we can go nuts?
That's exactly what we do.
That's a lovely shot down the ground. The fielder just diving over it, and it races away to the boundary and comes down towards us here. Nice shot, though, all the same from Morris. He moves on to 14, and he's certainly putting together a case to say, I need to be higher in the order. Just onto that straight away, and you see the dive over the top of it.
No, I think the latter. I think you've got to bat the overs. It's a crime to leave any balls out there because it could be a valuable run that makes all the difference.
Could be a wide,
Could be a wide, could be anything. So, again, be watchful. Don't do anything rash. You could go for the slog right now and get yourself out, and that doesn't help anyone. So look, absolutely get down there and say, okay, we've got 3-4 overs left. Now we can start maybe having some fun. But at the moment, we just need to squeeze out whatever runs we can. He just knows that was a silly shot. He just tried to dab it there to the offside and almost got an edge through to the keeper. He's aware that that's not the shot to play. And I'd be positive with your footwork. Basically try and get forward.
Trying to play that same shot that brought him 4 earlier on, Morris. It wasn't to be on this occasion. Breeze starting to pick up now. The clouds a bit darker, but I'm hoping that they're going to pass to the north of us and won't affect us too much. There is some blue sky off to the left towards the Dublin Mountains.
Well, hopefully with this wind. Oh, he's very watchful there. Happy to see that end of that over. Picks up 4 from it though.
On
They move on to
31 for 8 then, with 7 overs remaining. And what do you think about a final score here, James? What do you think they'll be aiming at?
Well, I think anything over 150 is a bonus for these guys.
It is at this stage, isn't it?
I mean, even 19 runs now is going to be a tough bit of work. Still got the opening bowlers to come back on.
Well, we're saying 7 overs, 42 deliveries. That would take them up to 173 at a run a ball if they retain the wickets. If they lose the wickets, they could be all out for 131.
Oh, that's true. So
I'm going to go, I think, 147.
I'm going to go...
Niall?
I'm going to be optimistic and go 152. Nope.
And would you like to change that guess now? Keegan Ship becomes the second duck of the innings 1-3-1 for 9 now.
Young man struggling to find form.
Look at the seagull. David Attenborough's on the camera
Yeah.
again.
That's a seagull, look about 8 foot high from that angle. The giant seagulls that they have out here in Pembroke. Oh, this isn't a good ball. It just cramped him all up, and he no
it's
footwork.
through the gap.
Yeah, through the gate, straight into middle and off. The death rattle that you hate to hear as a batter.
Yeah, he didn't move his feet at all, and that meant that the bat was moving away from the body, not in conjunction with it, and that left a big gap, and the ball found its way through it. Onto the stumps, a 131 for 9, and 152 now does look optimistic.
Yeah, one would have to think 132 might be. No, you know, I'd say that you still be hoping to get past 140. But again, you know, these bowlers are bowling really well.
Look, you don't know what a pass score is until the second side have batted, really, do you?
Yeah, you don't know.
It could be that Pembroke come out and ZZ steams through the top order. You wouldn't know.
I haven't seen this batter yet, I don't think, this player.
I haven't seen Sheikh before.
No. Shaky Booty.
Oh, I'm sure he's, as somebody with the surname Senior, I've spent my whole life answering the question, where's Junior? And I'm sure Sheikh has had his share of... Whoa, no calling at all. This is going to be interesting.
No, there's a great Frank Zappa album called Shake Your Booty.
All right.
As in, you know,
There's a
play on words. Yep.
Great advert for Shake and Vac, but as I say, the poor lad's probably had that his whole career. Yeah.
It's going to be wide. Yeah, it's a good attempt to cover that. But all of a
Keeper
sudden,
thought he heard something, or wished he heard something.
Yeah.
Niall saying he heard something.
yeah.
He's certainly firing it in at the leg stump, isn't he?
Certainly is. I wouldn't even bother about having the guy out there in the deep until he gets it out there. And I really bring that field in. I mean, look how deep, how many people out there there's 4 or 5 guys on the boundary. It doesn't look like they're going to be slogging it very much.
For the last wicket as well. Pardon?
Sorry, there again. Yeah. As soon as, big effort, but they're going to run 5.
He has saved the boundary at some personal cost.
Yeah, he's going to be a bit sore. It was great. Saved the run.
We were talking about some of the fielding being substandard earlier on, but that was dedication to the cause, and you have to give credit where it's due.
He saved 2, you think?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, he saved 2. Well, that's great.
So 135 for 9. Paddy Morris still standing tall, and at this stage I think has decided to go onto the attack. And why wouldn't you? 9 down.
Well, you can always walk back into the shed and say, it wasn't my job to get the runs.
Yeah.
You know, seriously, guys. And bowler there just pulling out of his run-up. Wasn't quite happy with the left-right combination. Oh, this one.
Well left.
Well left. Well judged.
Just a bit outside.
Well, that was a coat of varnish, and that would have been anyone's
Now, I'm not
wicket.
sure if I got this replay or if it's screwed up. Oh, I did.
Oh, he got it. Great effort there. The man in the deep runs down to the cow corner sort of region. Big dive. Missed
Got
it
a hand
completely,
to
but
it.
got his arm to it.
I thought at that stage it must be going to the rope.
Yeah.
But no, he's still, and then he was definitely in the air when he touched the ball, that was for sure.
That's something you'll never see me do now.
Yeah.
I'm happy to concede
I don't know. AI is capable of wonderful things now.
Yeah.
We could produce a video if you want, James, of you taking
Catchy shots.
catches on the boundary, diving
Big,
and
horizontal sort of 90-degree horizontal sort of catches and all the like. Yeah, we all know that's going to be true.
I'm sure there's a 7-year-old in Pembroke somewhere who's capable of such video manipulation.
This one just played out nice in the offside, but no run. And how many more can Pembroke squeeze out? It's a bit dark and a bit windy out here now. This one,
A bit wider. Sheikh plays it through the fielder. behind point. It's running down towards the boundary. No diving required, but they will come back, I think, for a third.
Yeah, I think it's the third, yep.
And that's very good running from Morris.
Yeah, he was determined to get through.
I think he's keen to face as well. He's on 16 from 18 deliveries.
Oh, he's doing the right thing, isn't he? He's now the set batsman.
He's the one who has some runs to his name. Bowler going around the wicket to Morris now. I think he's keen not to be deposited back into the clubhouse again. But it does open up the whole of this leg side, which is unattended.
If he gets it over the ring.
Nobody outside the ring.
Ooh, went for a big golf shot there. That was going to be 340 yards. But I think he almost went into the sand trap there.
And now the fielder has come flying back, just not even on a shot played, but on a shot
anticipated. Yeah.
That one's hit down the ground. They'll trot through for the single. Sheikh, he's good on running quickly, and he's been left to face a couple of deliveries in this over. 139 for 9. It's not the third best batting performance.
No.
And we were talking before about how the young lads on the side had an opportunity to put some pressure on the selectors. They haven't done that so far anyway. 140 on the board now.
Bit deep, this guy on the sort of deep cover.
Yeah.
I don't know. I suppose there has been a few hit out that way. 140 up.
Morris 17, he facing. And lets that one go through to the keeper to end the over with the score, as James said, on 140 for 9 off 33. Well,
looks like this cloud is going to blow through, we hope. There was a little bit of rain skirting the...
Don't say anything, but I think you can almost see shadows below the players, at the players' feet. The sun doing its best to poke through. The clouds, the heavy clouds, the rain-bearing clouds, have gone past down the Liffey Valley and are heading out to sea.
Straight to railway.
Straight to railway.
Railway, where I think you'd need to have a bit of a ski park run at the moment. Well, even on a hot summer day, you need to have a ski parker there, but some allegedly.
Sheikh pulling up. The bowler had started before the batsman was ready, and when he looked up, he was almost in his delivery stride.
It's really annoying when they haven't.
Oh, lovely edge down to third. We'll let Sheikh get down to the non-striker's end and bring Paddy Morris back on strike. Bukhani it is, bowling his 5th over. He's bowling from the nursery end.
Get a nice little wag from the tail here.
Well,
just chipping away and putting another, 10 or so runs?
Exactly 10 so far for this final wicket. Every run gratefully received by the Pembroke side. There's a good call of no there.
Yeah.
Morris very emphatic in his no, sending his partner back. And that's fine.
Yeah.
Keep the channel of communication well and truly open.
Yeah, you don't want to die wondering.
That one clubbed down the ground. There is a fielder who's going to come around and stop it. Long barrier employed, just a single.
I think it's easy. Sheikh's done quite well here in support. I think you could trust him to pick up a single or kick the ball out.
Well, let's see how that goes.
Now put the muckers on him. Oh, he did everything good there to hit himself out.
Extravagant back foot across after the ball had gone past. You were saying?
Yeah. Commentator curse. Anyway, a bit more sun coming through now.
Definitely see those shadows on the pitch now.
See, that's a good
Sheikh
shot.
Gets the ball out square on the offside. They pick up a single. And that leaves Morris with the one ball to face in this 34th over. 143 for 9, Pembroke, and they really have struggled to get there. Wickets have fallen in clumps, 4 in the first 9 overs and 5 in the previous 10 overs. big hit is up in the air. There is a fielder underneath it. He takes the catch. Paddy Morris departs. Well, I don't blame him at all.
No.
It's certainly not his fault, and he contributed a lovely 18 to it. So Paddy Morris falls. He falls for 18, and the score 143, and it's 143 all out in exactly 34 overs.
Wow, that's a great performance by Lucan. You can't take it away from them. They came here to play cricket, and they have been all over Pembroke today. There's been one good partnership of about 70 odd runs after the first 4 wickets fell for basically 30 or 31 runs, whatever it was. But that's kind of about it. And Lucan...
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry, Niall.
Oh, we just killed everything.
No, going to replays there. My apologies to him and to our viewers. But you can see there, the only run scorers in the side really, Phil Blackie was 44 and Luke Murray with 40. Paddy Morris chipped in with 18 at the end as he shepherded the tail and got Pembroke up to 143, and my 147 wasn't too far off in the end.
No.
Anyway.
And, extras were the fourth highest on 13, and just it was just very ugly after that, really.
Not ideal, really.
2 ducks to the total. Bruce Whiteley only getting 1. So, yeah, Pembroke have really got their work cut out if they're going to have any chance of defending this total.
Well, just the 7 bowlers used by Lucan, and 5 of them took 2 wickets apiece. And Rocky Singh and Naga Vagar at the start, they're the ones who set the tone really for this innings. Abdullah, he was the most expensive, or equal most expensive, but he was taken out of the attack quite early on. Bogani and Hussain, well, they both used their spin and their guile to pick up wickets, and then Kurnala at the end, he appealed his way to a couple of wickets. 2 for 22 for him. You can see the stands of 11, 1, 9, 9, and then 78. And it's that partnership of 78 for the 5th wicket that's giving Pembroke any hope at all of having a total big enough. Then you had partnerships of 1, 7, 11, 4 and 12. And really, third 11, you have to say that probably is not sufficient. But we shall wait and see.
It's a strange game, cricket, as we all know. Those of us especially have played it. Just when you think you've got an easy game, something happens, and oh my God, I've seen smaller totals defended.
We have indeed, and if it stays overcast, you don't know how Paddy Morris, Azizi, will bowl with their seam. And
the last wicket, the fall just gets lifts it up, unfortunately, top edge, and goes straight up in the air, and it's caught by the man. Sort of extra cover.
So you've got Azizi and Morris with seam. Ethan Clark possibly with leg spin, Naveen with his off spin, Sheikh I assume is in the side as a bowler because he came in number 11, Bruce Whaley with his off spin, Keegan Shipp and Luke Murray with his pace. So there's plenty of bowling in there for the thirds. Part of it will be how Sahil shuffles his cards, uses his resources, but the target is only 144.
Well, that is going to be the question, how they marshal the resources available, but they're going to have to bowl out of their skins.
They need 10 wickets, don't they?
They need 10 wickets. It's the only way they can possibly win this.
You can't see Lucan not getting 144 in 38 overs.
Not of course. And they've played superbly for the first half of this game. So it's really gone up to Pembroke to see, can you step up and can you really dig this one out of the fire, or take this one out of the fire?
Dig this one out of the fire, or
and mix your metaphors.
Yeah, like a phoenix rising from the
bathtub of
from the corridor of uncertainty. Yeah. There is the match summary.
There's the rain.
And here's the rain.
And here comes the rain, and Niall is leaping into gear, as is James, and they're going to waterproof the. It's that one. See the one underneath? Yeah, you need to undo one of them, James.
Right. Yep.
There you go. as you watch James's torso going through picture. The rain coming down again. The players rushing out to put up the... You're on the wide. No, wondering what view we were giving our viewers, and we're giving our viewers the noise and sound of rain coming down. There you can see the covers going on.
Perfect time to get close the innings.
I didn't think the rain would be coming back.
No, me neither, but
Well, it wasn't
But it
scheduled
felt
to.
like it for a while.
However, its timing is perfect, one has to say.
yeah, we're going to do it. Get out of the way now and get that sun back out. Anyway, we'll take a break for a while the moisture's in the air, and go and have yourself some lunch and a cup of tea and whatever takes your fancy.
There is the Pembroke worm, and how obvious it is that that partnership did the damage,
Oh yeah, that's
and how clumpy the rest of the wickets were. 4 before that partnership and 6 after mean that Pembroke found themselves 143 all out. Lucan will require 144 from 38 overs. I'm sure they're going to take tea now, and then we might lose some overs then, and there'll be a revised score given to us.
Now the rain has
Yep.
hit, we're definitely having tea.
So
I think they were going straight out.
we shall leave the 13 devices of you, and thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll rejoin you for the second innings. with us and up with us, and it's back in Sydney Parade. Oh,
Did you hit anything over here?
no, I just hit score bar on that blue screen there.
Hang on, I haven't seen it. Score bar on that screen. Yeah, I'm just trying to protect the beer.
Well, we're back now for the second innings. It's been a strange game. The start was delayed due to rain. They then managed to get in the number of overs needed to dismiss Pembroke for 143.
Can you see score bar? Where the hell is that?
I think you're going to have to scroll it as well. I think it's up at the top.
Oh, is it?
Top.
Oh, there. Yeah, got it there. Right.
So, Pembroke
Where's
trying to defend 143 for 10, as you see on your screen ahead of you.
Well, that's going to be.
It's so often we've said this season, this is all about the side fielding second have to take 10 wickets.
It's the only way.
Only way. James, I think you can push that sound desk further
Yeah, I
forward.
think we do a bit of
I'll take that.
Removing
Give
the
me the open
Yeah.
beer container first.
Yeah, how did it go completely wrong?
Decided to avail of the facilities here at Pembroke. Philip Byrne on duty behind the bar.
Consummate salesman that he is, talked us into. We went up there for
We only went up
coffee
there
and
came away with beer.
just might turn me down a bit, in the headphones.
There you go. Probably 1-2, 1-2, and that's exactly what Luke Murray does as he starts to open this innings, with Lucan requiring 144 from 38 overs. And
Murray starts off with a wide.
yeah, if this does go 38 overs, one suspects that Lucan will be there. However, I expect them to play this like a T20 and be very positive in their batting. One thing that hasn't churned over since we all moved over to pyjama cricket now, a number of guys who still have white pads. Whether you get covers or just a tin of paint and spray paint or even.
A pack of covers only cost you a tenner.
Tin of spray paint,
Yeah.
probably be less than that. You get to do everybody's. Hit back at Murray, thinks about the single. Would be foolish to do so.
Decides to run backwards.
His partner didn't move a muscle.
I don't even, it's like
He was like a
Total
council worker down the other end, just leaning on his shovel.
it's total disdain.
Rafe, how are you, mate?
Hey, Rafe.
Good to see you. Rafe Gordon on the ground today.
Murray steams in. This is a better ball, and it's defended well actually out to the cover region and no run.
Well, he'd be full of confidence. He took 3 wickets in the Alan Murray T20 competition last night in College Green against Trinity. I suppose it was strange being down there. You saw a couple of players playing for Trinity that normally you'd see in the black of Pembroke.
Yeah, Madara Cosgrave and Donica Tucker were playing for the opposition. He charges down, I wouldn't say charging, he walks down towards the ball there to try and muck up the bowler's length.
Didn't really work for him.
No, it's not ball, but Murray trying to finish strong now. He's making a slight adjustment to his field. He's got
That's a challenging line and length. Noah Smith has the gloves today. Phil Backley at first. Bruce Whaley at second slip. Errant throw from Bruce there.
Surely
Get
that
a
must
bit
be
of moisture onto the ball.
that must be over. Or have we got our live scoring's just a bit adjusting itself now. So 1 ball to go. We have 2 slips, a point cover. We have someone down here, third man. Oh, it's a full toss, and it is slapped away for a boundary.
Poor ball from Murray on that occasion, just serving up a full toss outside off stump, and it gets cut away for 4. And that is a good start then.
Well, yeah, great start for Lucan. 5 from the first over. Yeah, that was a lovely shot actually. Just picked up the poor ball and cracked it through the cover region and extra cover really, and straight to the fence.
Well, Shake it is, who is going to bowl from the St John's end, and we get to see him for the first time for us, James.
Yeah.
He's obviously impressed at nets anyway. He's been given the opening over from the. That's a very shuffly run up. We'll see how he goes.
Yeah, it doesn't look that smooth, but as long as it's effective from a Pembroke point of view, they wouldn't care. But Patel now to face his first ball. Really important for Pembroke here to keep the extras to the absolute bare minimum.
Yeah.
Field is pretty deep on the leg side. He's got to bowl an offside line here. He can't stray down leg. He does.
A little bit too wide down the offside. The umpire signalling that much with his arms outstretched. Extras is something when you're only defending 144, you can't afford to be giving away 20 extras. There's one on the board anyway.
Well, extras seems to be in the bane of Pembroke's existence in the thirds and the fourths and in the fifths as well, with the lower teams. It's something that they really need to work on. It's basically given every opposition team an extra batter. Well, that one's
another one
good.
That's wide. He's having his looseners, looking to find his line and length.
Maybe could have been slightly harsh, but it's outside the loo line, I assume, so he needs to get that radar right. It's 2 down, he hasn't even started the over yet. That's better.
That one just falling away on the leg side. They get through for a single. There's a promising start for Lucan. If they're willing to take their singles there, they're looking to get the runs that they can when they can. Patel and Singh, the batsman.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how they're going to approach this chase. Whether Patel might be the one that noodles it around and gets looks like a potentially big hitter on strike. And whether he will grind out an innings and play every ball on his merits, or whether he's going to go IPL.
Well, that's it. And my only experience against Lucan would have been a very different team than the one that's taking the field today, I suspect. Another one wide.
Look, that bowling is really terrible. They've really got to, on this level, you shouldn't be bowling like that.
3 wides in the first 4 balls. I know he's probably a bit anxious making his debut, I suspect. He has one slip in place, and maybe it will just click in right. That's much better, and it's pulled away down to cow corner. One bounce, and it clears the rope. And you can see that the nerves are just getting to this bowler at the moment.
Yep. It's just put that behind him, start again, and say, okay, well.
Okay, it can't get any worse.
Yep.
Would almost be what you'd say at this stage.
All of a sudden, Singh's moved up to 8. 2 boundaries.
Nawaz is his first name. Nawaz Sheikh.
Oh!
See, there we go now.
That's a better comeback.
That's what the answer he wanted, really, was, I can do this.
And it never ceases to amaze me, that shot, that people just try to run the ball down sort of into the gully region. It almost always
ends
misses.
in tears.
Ends in tears or gets an edge.
Big swing at that one. That one just inside the blue line, the umpire deciding.
It was there to be hit.
Well, aren't we seeing all the seasons today, James?
I know, back in the summer now.
Yeah. Sun beaming down. You can see the shadows on the pitch. This one just dropped down to third man.
Nice shot. Just let that run off the face of the bat down, like you say, to third man. Picks up a single.
Still 38 overs?
We don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Just debating whether it's still 38 overs a side or whether that's been reduced. I'd say it's they need to reduce it. They hasn't really lost any extra time.
No, they had tea, and then they came out after tea, and everything was okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's a
He's
good
got
ball.
him. He's got him. He's on his way.
That was a
And
lovely ball.
Shake has finally taken a wicket. What an over this has been. So wide, single wide, 4.1 wicket.
What about buying a wicket?
4. Could I buy a vowel, please? 14 for 1. And NS has taken the first wicket with the score on 14.
With this lovely bit of...
After what you've seen in this over so far, and then suddenly he bowls, well...
The peach of a ball.
I was going to say Jaffa.
Well, there you go.
But either way,
He's on his
Smith
knees.
taking the simplest of catches, and Shake is on his knees. And perhaps he needs to fall over more. So 1 wicket down, and suddenly Pembroke will think, ooh, something to get interested about now. 9 more wickets required. Lucan only need another 130 runs, so they've got 36 overs to do it in, and the run rate required is 3.61. And you can read all that at the bottom of your screen and not credit me with the mathematics that you were for a moment. Pembroke having got 143 all out earlier on, and it was Phil Blackley with 44 who was the mainstay of that. Luke Murray provided him with some good support. And it's Luke Murray now bowling from the nursery end, and his first delivery getting plenty of applause from his teammates. You need to fall over more. You need to fall over more. Falling over works.
Murray getting great shape away from the batsman there. He's really doing some special stuff with the ball these days. Good line there, just defended well out to point region and no run. He's a dangerous batsman this way. He's looking like he's got the patience to keep out the good ball, but anything that's remotely loose, he's got the power and the size bat to go for it.
And certainly the inclination as well.
Could be a bit entertaining batsman, this one.
Oh, super delivery from Murray, and you could tell from the oohs and ahs amongst the players and the commentators just what a good delivery that was. Wow, the batsman's got to be thinking, whew, got away with one there. Luke Murray showing why he is playing first team cricket.
Yeah, that was pretty special. Oh, you know, he's getting that lovely shape. He's bowling the line that's making the batsman play, and just get enough wayward movement that the batsman is doing very well not to get an edge on it.
Do you know what I'd be thinking at the moment if I was Nawaz Sheikh? Is with your bowling partner producing such jaffers, survival is all they're thinking about at that end.
Yep.
Which means I'll get more opportunities at my end. There we go, another straight bat, just keeping that one out, played out on the offside, and you can sense there's a bit of pressure here now.
Well, yeah, 1 wicket down. That wasn't in the script from the Lucan's point of view.
And then Murray's bowling with pace and aggression here.
Absolutely, and they could easily find themselves, if they're not careful, in a similar situation that Pembroke did. 2 or 3 quick wickets, but not many on the board, and all of a sudden, makes a bit more.
Oh!
Unplayable.
Super over from Murray. It's a maiden, unsurprisingly. 14 for 1 off 3. Pembroke, of course, were at 12 for 1, having lost Noah Smith in the 3rd over. And Luke Murray bowling like an absolute gem there. That was superb stuff.
What he's doing with that ball is extraordinary, really. It's like he's developed his technique so... He's become so much a better bowler just in the one season. You know, I mean, he was always pretty good, but now he's becoming quite special.
He's put on that couple of yards of pace, and a couple of inches of height are making a difference as well. I say a couple of inches, a foot, I think, they've grown over the winter.
Yeah.
Both himself and Dan. Well, we have a left-hander now. Varghese is in. He's been with one of the founder members of this club, I think. Himself and his brother. Or somebody with the same surname.
Yeah, same surname.
I'm guessing they're relations. They're both here in Dublin, both playing for Lucan Cricket Club. One suspects that there is a familial relationship there somewhere. Shake into bowl.
And this time, he's bang on the money. I wonder why he doesn't come. I mean, obviously he's trying to shake the ball across the batsman to go maybe to first slip or something like that to get an edge, but it takes out the LBW option unless it's a full toss.
Well, he could also be looking to bring it back into the the left-hander. There you go. That one playing across and definitely an inside edge on that occasion. Bash very much away from the body, James.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say that just as you were bringing a glass to your mouth.
No. It's yeah. It's when you haven't got the right footwork, that could be an inside edge onto the stumps or onto the pads, then onto the stumps.
It's when bat and body become disconnected, really, isn't it? It leaves a gap. Another good delivery. That didn't sound off the middle of the bat either.
No, he's just struggling to find a bit of rhythm here, the batter. But he's keeping the ball out, so he's surviving. That's what you need to do until you start to get some good vision on the ball, start to see the ball bigger. But to be fair, Shake's bowling a really good line and length.
Very different to his first over.
This one's just played back to the bowler again, no run, so there's 4 dot balls. The good thing that Lucan have here from their point of view is that they've got plenty of time. They can see off a few maidens here and there, and it's not going to make any difference really to their run case. As long as they've got wickets in hand, you'd feel that it's theirs to lose, and that's...
Oh, it's like misfield, James.
Yeah.
That they usually...
Played off to the point region. It was misfielded a little bit, and they gave them an opportunity to get through for a single.
I know how unkeen you are on misfields like that.
And that gets him off a duck, so...
He'll be happy with that.
Absolutely.
Just off the mark. Coming in at number 3, his team will obviously looking for him to provide a bulk of these 144 required. Shake comes into the right-hander again, and he's gone too wide again.
Seems to be struggling against
it's right-handers. Usually it's left-handers that put right-arm bowlers off. On this occasion, it seems to be the other way around.
Well, it sounds like it looks like he anticipates this guy's going to go after him and going to try and hit him out of the park. So he's trying to obviously keep it out of his arc, but he's just overdoing it. And
that's into the pads.
No, this.
I thought it might have been. You thought down leg?
I thought a bit down leg, and maybe there's 2 noises.
I thought there might have been an inside edge there that saved him. Either way, he remains.
See, look at the angle the ball comes down here. It swings a lot. Oh, maybe, but I thought it was...
maybe height even. So 16 for 1 off 4. They're certainly up with the run rate. However, they now have to face the phantom menace that is Luke Murray today. He's already provided...
I'd like to have an opportunity sometime this season. I don't know how it's going to come about or what, to have Dan and Luke bowling from alternative ends at the same time. The Murray attack.
Yeah.
Squared. That'd be fantastic to see.
I'd say you'll see it in the second 11 game very soon.
It's almost like Luke's doing too much with the ball now.
Here we go. Into the left-hander. 2 slips in place. And he's got him. He has got him. He's taken the top of off and middle. And number 3 batsman is on his way. And Murray picks up a well-deserved wicket. Score on 16.
Ghazi just couldn't get going. That was a lovely in-swinging ball. Just took off the,
Well, again, the bat and the body weren't in sync.
Do we watch this again?
And you'll see how much of a gap is left. Murray not bothering to come round the wicket, attacking the stumps and got it to come back in. That really did seam beautifully back into the left-hander. Crashed into, as I say, off a middle stump. And Lucan find themselves in a similar position to Pembroke. Pembroke were 12 for 2. In fact, they were 16 for 2 at one stage. And Lucan find themselves in that exact position. It may be time to start getting the worm between overs.
Well, that ball looked like he expected that one to go away from him.
Yeah.
And because when it hit the stumps, he was so cramped up.
Yeah.
So how did that come back in? That's an awful ball to get.
No room at all. No footwork. And Murray, well, you'll laugh at me now, but he's on a hat-trick.
Yes. The only thing that...
Two more wickets required, but he's on a hat-trick. So, Luke Murray from the nursery end, he's opened his account. He's got a few wickets this season. Might have to dig out his stats, actually. He'd certainly be in the running for the Spud Murphy Trophy this year for the most wickets in the club. He's playing on multiple teams and taking wickets on all of them. Another good delivery right up. Only the toe of the bat keeping it out, really.
I think as a batsman, you have a bowler like that, you'd think in swinging Yorker, or maybe it's a Yorker of some sort. I just need to get the bat down.
Yeah. Not any footwork at all there from a number 4 batsman. Gugali.
Or Gugali.
Do you know, I think Luke Murray's pace is worrying him.
Well,
I say that from the safety of the gazebo.
Yeah, well, I'd be wearing my browns, and then...
One of the good reasons for coloured clothing these days.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. What's that smell?
When the ball comes flying down to you off an edge.
Yeah, I don't even want to feel it slip at the moment.
No,
I see Murray bowling like this.
I think I'd just be putting my hands, close my eyes, put my hands out now.
Well,
and
you see the desperation in the Lucan players. They considered a run to that, and A, there was no run there, and B, if they're thinking that way, oh God, we've got to take the run. What is there to come from the rest of the card?
Well,
surely this is your number 3 and number 4. Oh, sorry, your opener and number 4 batsman.
You just have to say, well, you just have to
Settle
survive this
down.
guy for a bit.
Settle down. See this guy off.
Yeah.
Of course, the other reason for looking for quick singles here is, I don't want to be on strike.
That's what he's saying.
You face him.
I haven't got a run yet.
I've had 4 balls whizzing past the edge of my bat since I've come in.
So,
It's an intriguing battle, though, isn't it?
It certainly is.
And he's got him as a battle that Luke Murray has won, and won easily. My goodness, he got good shape on that one, didn't he? Well, it's a partnership of none, and Murray picks up his second and Pembroke's third. 16 for 3, and that is the end of the 5th over.
Wow, that was a beautiful ball. Started on leg and cut in just... He's been moving that ball across the face of the batters, and this one just got through all the defenders. Look at that, just cramped him up. He tried to play it straight, but it was just too much movement. He basically played it.
It pitched in line with leg and hit middle.
Yeah, and he tried to play it out to basically, it's mid-on, just to defend it, and it was just too much movement, and he got past his...
He got past that defence, and that's another wicket, and 16 for 3, and perhaps Pembroke's score of 143 looking an awful lot better. Lucan still require 128. They only have 7 wickets remaining, but they do have 33 overs. We think it may be 33 overs, where the scorers and the captains and the umpires don't see fit to tell the media what's actually happening.
Do you ask them?
No. Should be automatic now. It should be automatic. Shouldn't need to ask.
Well, now that's a... Sorry?
Yes.
Yep, cheers.
Ed Dwyer in the gazebo.
Yeah, got some equipment for the best keeper in the club, Kevin Ryan.
That one smacked down the ground, but well fielded at mid-off. Keegan Shipp doing the fielding. Getting body behind it, as you're taught. And now,
I think
there was Sheik into his 3rd over.
I think Singh here is the great white hope of of
Well,
Lucan.
as you say that, he smacks one to mid-wicket
Yeah, no, he's
with disdain.
I'm liking this in the fact that he's going, okay, well, I'm going to play my natural game. Be aggressive. He's got obviously very good eye coordination with the ball. Maybe a bit of luck as well, but
Nice shot.
Nice. It was a nice shot.
Breaks the shackles a little bit, gets them off that 16. They lost 2 wickets with the score on 16.
Yeah, there's another.
Do you know, after he gets hit for a 4, he does tend to bowl a wide.
Overcompensates, and that's actually that was good batting there. Just let that one go through.
Yeah, don't go chasing anything silly. 21 for 3. Pembroke were also 21 for 3.
You have to think this batsman is winning this contest. He's forcing.
That one is smacked down towards us. Goes racing past Niall. He lets it go. It races down to the scoreboard, and that's a lovely 4, hit with some force and power. And Singh has decided, well, I'm going to play my way.
Yeah, and I'm going to get there in about 5 overs, I reckon.
And that's a nice shot. I mean,
That was a lovely shot.
In the air for a bit, but it was safe ground. And once it beat the fielder, there was nothing else to stop it on its way to the boundary.
What a good thing about that too was he used his strength wisely. You know, he didn't. It wasn't just a bludgeon per se. It was strength with a bit of timing out of the middle of the bat. Bang.
That, on the other hand, was a very rash shot.
Yeah.
Rash seems to be word for the day.
Yeah, that was kind of like his head back, trying to sort of hit it up almost. You know,
Yeah.
You're just. That's the shot that you're going to lift it up and someone in the ring's going to catch it.
Or you get caught at third man.
Yeah.
Oh, that one forcing the batsman into a defensive pose, going past the edge of the bat and through to the keeper. No slip in place now for the bowler. Captain Sahil, he's fielding at mid-on. A bit wider than mid-on, but there or thereabouts. He's on the ring. I think he's looking forward to the end of the power play when he can spread his fielders a bit more. That's another over slips by. 25 for 3.
Yeah, good over there for Lucan. 9 from it.
No wicket falling.
Yeah, well, that's 2.
Now,
But-
will Luke Murray get his 4th? I can't see anybody getting that ball out of his hands. Luke, do you want to take a rest for a while? No.
Well, you know, almost be like, you know, if I was that non-striker, we'd say, why didn't you run a single? I don't want to face him.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
Karuna
maybe he does. Maybe he thinks, no, I'll take this guy on. I can, you know, I'll show you how it's done.
now. It'll be interesting to see his approach. Another man with white pads. White pads seem to be all the done thing for Lucan players.
I don't know if I wonder if you should be wearing a helmet against someone like Luke Murray's pace. That's a bit brave, but
Yeah, you see guys on the first 11 will be wearing a helmet. But then again, he could be applying the principle of, if I show him a head without a helmet, maybe he will dig it in short and I can take him on. I've seen batsmen, and I know of a batsman very close to me, who used to not wear gloves. Well, it would make the bowlers bowl short against me
yeah, right, okay, yeah.
because they were trying to hit my hands. Now, my hands were nowhere near the ball. My feet generally were closer to the square leg umpire than anything else. But if the ball was short,
Yeah.
then you could try and play baseball against it. And that's how I got a lot of my runs early on in my batting career. Murray, again, causing problems for the batsman.
Interesting footwork, or lack of.
His partner coming down to give him some coaching, I think.
If I wasn't in the chair.
I think.
I think I was turning you down, accidentally.
Is that me?
That's you, that's you.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
definitely me.
yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
It's just that was a little bit.
A little bit buzzy in the ears.
Yeah, it was.
The sound of the wind going past the Dougals.
It was. He's well defended. He got his body behind it.
Well, this is it now, isn't it? You've got to just see Murray off, surely.
Yeah.
You've seen what shakes there, and you think, well, I can take him on. but
Yeah.
Murray is just...
Different.
There we go.
Oh.
Short batsman showing a willingness to go after it, but one felt that if he connected with that, the best he could hope for, that it would have flown over slips' heads. In fact, instead of a second slip, I'd almost have a fly slip in here now.
Yeah. The pace is too much for a slip. I think it'll get through the slips.
I don't think your man's going to play with a straight enough bat to get it to second slip. Well, they call for 2.
And Pembroke will be going, please run 2.
They won't get 2 there. Also, the guy who's made it to the non-striker's end has gone, no!
Yeah, I'm off a duck now. I've got 1 run.
And I'm at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, there's no more runs in this over unless you hit boundaries.
Yes.
And this is the man that Pembroke would want to be getting out.
Oh, did that come off the gloves? No.
I think come at the body.
It's the body. The umpire's going to signal leg byes. And there it is.
He'll have a nice bruise there tomorrow. But they get another single.
The score just creeping along now. And perhaps this is the stand that Pembroke will need to break. We don't know.
Your immaculate white pads. Oh, that's well defended. He knows to get his body behind it.
I wonder if it's time for Cricket Leinster to issue a directive.
Well, I thought there was. I thought on certain levels of you had to have the right gear, otherwise you get penalised.
Now, I don't mind so much with the gloves, although I do feel that, maybe a spray of paint wouldn't go amiss on people's gloves either. So you're going out with black gloves or blue gloves, etc. But pads, well, pads are either now manufactured in dark colours.
Well, I was about to say.
Or yeah.
Blue and white uniform?
Well, no, if you're going to go, the whole idea was, if you were we were told, even down the lower levels, that from last season, the season before, particularly when you're in pyjama sort of territory, that you had to have black pads.
Yep.
Or that potentially you could get penalised, I think 5 runs or something per player that didn't have
it's in the air. It's horribly in the air. The keeper's after it, and he can't get to it. It's managed to find the turf. They got away with that. Well, I heard a loud call, whether it was respected or not, but Shake, his head goes back with the frustration of it. But Smith made a great effort to try and get there. Didn't quite make it. The wind was taking it away from him all the time. You can see there, he thought it's mine, and now he's going, is it still mine? And
the wind just sort of seemed to take it away just at the last minute there, didn't it? Just an extra 6 inches outside of
another gust of wind, and perhaps the fielder at square leg could have called for that. As easy, I think it is there.
Well, Singh gets away with that one.
And then he powers one through on the offside, and that finds the boundary. And how often we see that?
Has it gone to the boundary?
It has indeed.
Yeah, it has indeed, yep.
Thanks to Niall's camera work, we see that. Niall, who's taken up the director's chair today. Actually sat in a chair. That one played away beautifully. And suddenly, 33 for 3.
But encouraging signs from Pembroke. That was a
couple of chances. That was aerial as well. There's a chance that one of these is going to go to hand.
Lucan decided, we have to get runs, and it has to be off this bowler. Oh, nicely defended there.
Thought about playing that one deep to the leg side, and then at the last minute decided to just keep that one at bay. Umpires have done a good job today. We haven't mentioned them once, which is often a good sign, so many thanks to them. And of course our scorers, certainly the Pembroke scorer up there is Nick Blackley. He'd have taken great pleasure in recording every run of his brother's knock. Single taken by Kurana, just running it down to third.
Yeah, I think that's really good batting, that one. Just get the other guy on strike. Take what you can. Now, obviously, now I've actually spread the field for this guy. Would he just take the single, or would he fall off the trap and go for the big hit down the cow corner? Or
How many are outside the circle and how many are allowed outside the circle? How long was the power play? This one is hit down the ground. Sahil, captain. Well,
you can tell that he actually just tried to take not to hit that too hard.
yeah,
And just chip it up, but he's obviously got a very, very big middle on his bat, and it almost went to where,
and wants to use it.
went to where mid on would have been.
We're coming to the end of the 8th over now. This will be 4 each for each of the openers.
That's one down leg. That's going to be
It's
caught
gonna,
away.
yeah, another extra. It's funny, isn't it, to see a bowler who prefers to bowl to left-handers.
Yeah, he needs to work on this. On this level, you can't be this erratic. Now you're in Division 7 here.
You've got to find that consistency. That having been said, I don't think Gordy would be too upset if he had to go down to the 4th for a game or two. That one thudding into the bat pad, or as the umpire says, bat pad. And that's a dot ball.
There's too much movement on that ball.
And after 8 overs, the score has moved on to 36 for 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 coming off that over.
I think it might be time for a change of bowling if I was the captain, to say, well, thanks for now. You got a wicket, great, but
Yeah, we'll bring you back later.
We'll bring you back later. Have a nice rest.
Have a rest and we'll give you the tail to have a go at, hopefully.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got 2 bottles of it hitting the car that we haven't even gone near. Straight to the beer. It's beer day today. Well, there are more clouds off to our left. There's blue sky just above Sydney Parade at the moment.
Is that warming up there? Is that Azizi? Oh,
With the blue cap with the white on.
yeah.
Yeah, that's Azizi.
Yeah, he's just warming up there. So maybe he's coming on next.
I'd say so. He used to open the bowling for the thirds a couple of years ago.
No, he's definitely warming up, or otherwise he's almost shouting at his captain to get the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the two.
It's either the biggest hint or he has been told and he is in fact warming up. Although warming up used to mean more than just shaking your hands a bit.
It's almost like Luke Murray just needs one to go straight now.
I think he's got the batsman guessing all over the place. Just if you miss, I'll hit.
Yeah,
that's all he needs now.
Straight Yorker now. Let him go across the line.
This one catching the batsman in front of the stumps, but nowhere near appeal time.
Come on, look!
Now was encouraging his bowling partner. 7 for 2.
Look at that. Obviously, the
2 for
by
7.
far the peak of the bowler so far, but 2 for 7.
You'd take that, wouldn't you? Into your 5th over.
Well defended.
You can see that the Lucan batsmen really are just thinking that let's just survive this guy.
Yeah, that's it. And it's the only way to be, really.
Into his 5th over now. His allocation will be 8, whether we're playing 38 or 40 overs.
Will
Game
Sahil,
already shortened to 38 by the weather.
will Sahil bowl him out or stop him after 5? I would think
stop him after 5.
Yep.
I think he's going to make a change now. I think you're right. I think Azizi will come on at this end. And you know what? I'd almost go with Paddy Morris from the other end.
Yeah.
Stick with seam at the moment.
Steam at one end and the nursery end, and bring some spin on to the...
No.
No?
Pace at both ends. Paddy
yeah.
Morris and Azizi.
Oh, yeah, it's easy, yeah.
Both would provide different challenges. Paddy with a bit more height, Azizi skidding the ball through, but at pace. So that is the end of the 9th over. It was a maiden for Luke Murray, 7 for 2 from 5, and he's showing why, well, this could be his last game for the third 11 for many a year. Lucan, currently at a run rate of 4 and over, but the important thing is they've lost 3 wickets, 2 of them falling to Luke Murray, and the other one to his opening partner, now was Sheikh. Well, it is a change of bowling at the St John's end, and I was quite right. It will be Zizi.
Well, really, apart from the extra wicket that Pembroke had lost, it's really quite neck and neck.
It is not a huge amount in it. Pembroke were 32 for 4, having lost their 4th wicket. And Lucan, you can see, are 36 for 3. We should actually bring up the worm. They'd be quite close together, I think. And they could be overlapping. He's got the most abrupt action. If you watch him, his run-up isn't that big. And
yeah, it's almost like a whirlwind at the end.
Oh, direct hit would have been interesting there, but they get away with it.
Well backed.
But he almost stops just before his delivery stride and then delivers the ball.
It must be difficult to pick. You know,
timing must be a nightmare. This is the 10th over of the Lucan reply. That one's the leg spinner.
Oh.
Well, you saw the hand. It came out of the back of the hand, and the umpire, well, the batsman is completely confused. How is that not a wide, he says. Well, it just ratted along the ground. The 3rd ball to misbehave today.
Sounds like the slow ball.
That's a good delivery. Thudding into the pads. They're coming through for the leg bye. Bowler looking to field it himself once he realised there was going to be no affirmative action with his appeal.
Must have got some bat on it because he hasn't signalled.
Yep, and that's what saved the batsman, I think, because he was looking quite adjacent at that stage.
Definitely was.
Whoa.
Probably need to push that down a bit.
Well, the gazebo taking its revenge, wreaking its revenge on us at the moment. The front cover just sneaking through. Big blow from the batsman. He's desperate to get off the mark.
Oh, and it's gone through the fielder and it's going to go to 4.
That is a shame. We did criticise the Lucan fielders in the first innings, and it's sad, but we do have to say...
Wow, that was a bit poor.
Similar things in the second.
Fielder just lifted his head at the crucial moment and it just went through his hands and enough momentum to keep going to the rope. Bit of a bonus there for Lucan. We got 4 runs.
I've forgotten what it is. It's not that.
Here we go.
No, it's not that.
Oh, no, it's not that.
Just getting through some really cute photographs. Grandson on the beach down in Wexford, enjoying himself. Amanda's gone down there for the day.
Bit of windsurfing for him. And,
Oh yeah.
That sort of stuff, yeah. Oh, Murray is going to continue. Oh, that's going to hurt. Another one.
Yeah. There's an appeal there, but I don't know why. It was certainly, yes, it certainly wasn't on height anyway. 42 for 3 after 10 overs.
I think the lesson there is don't do cross-bat shots to Luke Murray. I think basically just straight bat, thanks.
Oh my word, what a delivery.
That one was completely reverse what he normally does. That one cut back into the batter, the right-hander. Just about cut him in half.
Half a dozen Mars bars there, my word. His partner coming down, I don't know why. What's he going to say?
Good luck.
Yeah. Well done, you missed that one, good.
Yeah, keep missing them. That was some delivery from Luke Murray. And this one just played away with a straight bat. Single taken.
I think it was a good move by the batter there. He just took a step forward. You know, I'm going to try and
just try and get bat on ball, really.
Mess up the length a bit.
And another run that goes onto the board. Well, 101 required now. And Lucan will start to believe again.
I think Singh's doing a pretty good job here, actually. He's like a good combination of aggression, but good defence as well.
Oh, beautifully angled away down to third.
There's a man down here, so it's only going to be one.
Now was Sheikh, having been bowling from the St John's end. He finds himself down at third man, does the fielding. So Singh to face now. He's on 21. He's been quite circumspect, but against this bowling of Murray, you can understand why. Another one still movement away for Murray. 2 wickets for 9 runs in just about 6 overs. 2 have come off this over. One of his more expensive, one would suggest. He did have 1 boundary hit early on, but since then he has been, well, pacey with good accuracy.
Again,
batsman, he doesn't know what to do, so I'll go down the track to him.
Oh, that's a bit sloppy. Luke Murray had his back turned to it, didn't realise that they were going to go through for a single when the wide return there. Here we go, watch this.
He's out of his crease. Smith goes for the stumps. Murray has turned his back, and suddenly the batsmen say...
That's great awareness. Singh knew there was a run there. He was going to get there in time.
And he was safely in as well.
Great running there by Lucan.
Alert play from Lucan.
It was very good.
As you see, to continue then, the score now on 45 for 3. Again, it's still neck and neck.
Yeah, Pembroke would be feeling like we really need to get another wicket to keep in touch here. If we can get Singh out, they'd be thinking, well, we start to feel pretty confident that we could chase down the rest of it.
He's playing well at the moment, and he's being backed up well as well by Kurana. He moves on to 13. Takes a single from the first ball. Sorry, it's Singh who's taken the single off the first ball. He moves on to 23. That's a good delivery from Azizi. That's really thrown in at the batsman's feet. Good Yorker length.
Yeah, defended well back to the bowler. No run.
Even on that delivery. Big shot all the way down the ground. It is going to be 6.
That's a huge shot.
It lands at the net. It was very high. One thought almost he'd gone too high, and that does bring up the half century for Lucan, and they will feel a lot better now, requiring 92 with 7 wickets in hand.
Well, that's a confidence shot for the batter, isn't it? You know.
Well, doesn't he feel good about that now?
Oh yeah.
Let's see if he can repeat it, and that could be his downfall.
Good time to get a single and get off strike.
And he looks to scoop that one round on the leg side. It is signalled wide because it went down the leg side. And here's that 6 again. He got a chance to really open the shoulders. Powerful hit through, hold the pose, and the height of it was the incredible thing. Back live. He keeps out what was a much better ball. Pitched right up at the batsman's feet. Trying to cramp him for room.
At this stage, you know, there's 8 from the over. Be happy just to sort of block it out. Or
hit straight back at the bowler. I don't think it was a chance. But good thinking by the bowler. Slower ball, batsman having a laugh with the bowler. You can see the challenge between the two of them. That was your one out of the back of the hand. Yes, it was. Yep. And he's showing different things to the batsman, and that brings Singh back on at strike. Very open stance for Singh. Well, Sahil, just in front of us here, in front of the Dougals, you might have heard the first half of an appeal. He was on his own, that was for sure.
He needs to go and do that course.
Yes, talk to the Lucan players. Yep. They know how to appeal. 54 for 3 then, after 12. And it could be that Sahil might want to make a change. Luke Murray has bowled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It looks like there is a change now from the nursery end.
He'd want to keep those other 2 overs.
Oh, yeah. And is this Paddy Morris? I think you could be right. You could have. Yeah, it is.
Paddy Morris to come on at the nursery end for his first over. 90 required, 26 overs to get them in. Plenty of time for Lucan. The run rate required isn't that great. What Pembroke need are wickets. They need 7 of them now. 7 for 90. That sounds like the bowling side have done well, or need to do well. The sun peeking through now. Shadows on the pitch again.
It's a vital time for Pembroke, you'd think, that they need to keep.
Morris starts with a big full toss, played down to third man, just a single.
A bit lucky there. But another run to the 55 now for Lucan. These two are making it look pretty comfortable.
They are now, aren't they? They came together with a score on 16, so they haven't done anything extravagant. They haven't overstretched themselves, really. They've seen Murray off, and that was their primary consideration, I think.
Well, you'd have to think that in their mind they must be thinking this is going to be a bit easier now. Oh,
Morris slipping one through with a bit of pace on it, totally taking Singh by surprise.
And taking Noah Smith by surprise, I think, as well. He did well to stop this.
Well, look at this. You see it here, and suddenly Morris lets one go with a bit of aggression.
Bit of venom
inside the bat. Smith doing well to take that one. Another one at pace coming through. Paddy Morris, sometimes his controllers let him down in the past, but at the moment he's doing well.
Yeah, he's doing great for his team. Bang on the money. Just when you think as a batsman, oh, this is going to be a bit easier, all of a sudden, no, it's not.
Oh, whoops. Morris
Still need to give respect.
Accelerating up to his full pace. This one gets past his hand, but there is a fielder behind. And there will be no run taken as Noah Smith does the backing up. Well, the sun has disappeared again. The gaps in the cloud aren't that big, so we'll put up with a bit of a breeze coming through.
For that wicket.
This one's a bit shorter. It's hit up through the covers. That was almost a sit up and beg to be hit through the covers. And Singh obliged, and he moves on to 27. And this one, well, it was just the wrong ball.
Just a poor delivery. To try too hard delivery, see? Tried to...
really banged it in.
Yeah, it's just way too wide.
And too wide for that. And Singh helping himself and taking those 4 runs. 60 now on the board, and it was a no ball as well. No free hit in this division.
No.
Because not every game is umpired, so you can't have some with free hits and others without.
A bit lucky there. That was...
overstepping and just banging it in short and going for runs.
And he only towed that, so, you know, just as well didn't get his middle of the bat on that. Again, another one. That one's picked up nicely and... Ooh, bit of...
Murray again in the action. Just can't keep him out of the picture at the moment.
Good bit of fielding.
13 overs gone. 60 for 3.
And Pembroke would be thinking we need to get another wicket or two. Just to really put the doubt in Lucan's mind. We need to get Singh off. We need to get him out, you think. Although, Karuna's actually doing very well. 20 off 19. I think they'd be happy to take any one of these batters out. And Lucan's point of view would be like, okay, well, we can just keep going. Got plenty of time. There's enough loose balls coming our way. We just have to pick off those balls and capitalise, and we'll get home.
Umpires having a quick chat in the middle. 4 comes after 5. No, 5 comes after 4. Yeah. Okay, grand.
Yeah, do you want pepperoni or something it's later on? Okay, yeah.
It's easy. 15 having come from his first 2 overs, including that massive 6 last over.
This one,
He's trying everything at the moment. A change of pace, and it doesn't quite work for him as that one gets powered away as the wind really does start to pick up here again. You wouldn't believe the amount of weights holding the gazebo down today. And here is that replay. Just free hit off his pads, 4 runs.
yeah, lovely shot. Well played.
Nice camera work, Niall.
Yeah, he's a
Nice directorship as well. Niall is certainly the director of this ship. Does a fabulous job with it as well.
Yep.
Sound-
Karana now is 24 of 20. He's having a great day out there.
He's doing what his side need. He came out with intent. No helmet for him. And he keeps that one out. Much better ball.
Yeah, he's doing well getting the body behind it, getting this very straight bat. And just defending that accurate ball. No run. This one's a slower ball and it's crunched back down the ground.
Oh, nice bit of fielding. Keegan Ship doing a fabulous job.
Saving 3 runs there for his side. That's youth for you. 3 cells all around.
Azizi will be delighted with this fielder there.
It's on a full toss.
It's full toss to Singh, and he has hooked it round to square leg in the air, and it's been put down. That is a disappointing drop.
There's 2 down for. That should have been taken. That was.
Is that Naveen there?
No, that's Naveen here. That was actually.
That's Shake.
Shake.
Oh, somebody just have a word with him. He's still got his head in his hands. The disappointment is palpable. And the batsman, well, he'll be grateful that he got away with that one. Should have been gone. Should have been taken. It wasn't. And I apologise to Naveen for thinking it was him. He's spent most of the day fielding down there. Good slower ball, and this one is in the air again, and in fact it is Naveen who's underneath it, and he takes the catch, and that's the end of the innings for Karuna, and it was a big shot, James.
That was a big shot, and he's very disappointed. It wasn't the worst shot, but he just didn't get enough on it, and Naveen came there and corrected the error that from the previous drop catch and showed her how to do it. It was an excellent catch. He got underneath it, set himself well. Still was difficult, had to reach out for it, but he made sure that he sent the batter back to the pavilion, and he's broken that partnership. And well,
here is the delivery out of the back of the hand, and he was just he tried to wait for it, but he couldn't resist it.
He just went through a fraction of a second too quick, and here we come.
So, and so because he was there early, it went up in the air as opposed to across the ground.
Yeah.
And that was the difference, and we were just apologising to Naveen because I suggested it was him who put down the previous catch till you corrected me, and then he takes the catch and shows you how it should be done.
Yeah, it was a lovely take. Anyway, the partnership's broken.
Well, Azizi picks up a wicket. It's 62 for 4. Pembroke requires 6 more wickets. Lucan require 82 more runs. And this is actually bubbling up, James. It could be a very close finish.
Well, this could be a very exciting finish. I mean, Pembroke have put down 2 chances, one of them very difficult, one of them very easy. Now they have a chance here because there's a new batsman out there. And there's nothing like getting a wicket that puts a bit of a spring back in your step.
Well, Baghani, we saw him bowling earlier. We're into the all-rounders in the order. He's coming in at number 6. There are 14 overs gone now. The score is 62 for 4. And just by comparison, James, in the Pembroke innings, they were 61 for 4 at the same time.
Well, who would have thought it'd be neck and neck at this level, or this stage?
Well, quite incredible, really.
Well, Pembroke could be thinking if we can get Singh, the opening batsman, out very, very soon, well, we'd have to think that the pendulum has swung back in our favour, in the Pembroke favour, I should say. And Lucan would be hoping that Singh stays around undefeated for the rest of the innings. If he's there, one would feel that they'll probably come and get home.
Yeah, plenty of ways this game could go, but certainly if Gagang Singh is there in 24 overs time, One suspects it will be because his teammates are left in here and all gone home without him. He's gone for the big shot. It goes down the ground, and it probably is going to be pulled up inside the boundary. They will pick up 2.
But you'd be encouraged by that. He's keeps going in the air. He's had 2. He's been dropped twice, so he's right in his luck.
Oh, absolutely, and make the most of it.
Yeah. So
I don't think I've had too many big scores where I haven't had chances along the way.
for sure.
Another one that's taken on the full, lifted over the ring and finds the square boundary on the offside. And Singh, is this the sign of a man who feels he's seeing it well, receiving bad bowling, or has seen his partner and gone, oh, I'd better go and get them now?
Well, I actually think he's seen the ball very well, and I think he sort of thinks, I'm going to back myself here. Pembroke can't catch a cold, from his point of view.
Wow.
And so if I hit it hard enough...
Oh, another one. He's gone short. It's gone up in the air. There is a man underneath it, and he takes the catch. As easy it is. Who takes a fabulous catch, and James is back in the crystal ball business.
James has done it again.
Well, there we go. Paddy Morris joins the wicket takers. The score 68 now for 5.
And Lucan are doing everything they can to throw this away. I mean, what are you doing playing shots like that when you've still got 6 wickets in the shed?
Time. You only need 3 and over.
And you're a set batsman. You have to be there at the end.
And you go chasing after this. It was banged in. Morris going short. The batsman willing to take it on. But you could see...
It's cramped. Yeah,
the
and he sliced it.
The bat has come underneath that one. And it went round the corner, and Azizi kept his eye on it all the way through and took a fine catch. One of the reasons for fielding on that side of the ground is you never have the sun in your eye.
It was a really good catch, actually. He got underneath it, steadied himself.
But 2 good catches, one from Naveen and one that we've just seen from Azizi. And suddenly, Pembroke are thinking, yeah, we can do this.
Well,
Still 76 required, but now only 5 wickets left.
Lucan have lost their 2 set and best batters in the space of almost an over.
Hussain cuts his first delivery away, and it makes the boundary. It's a super shot. That was a nice shot. That was a shot I'd like to have seen from the batsman coming in at 3, 4 and 5, I think.
That was class.
That was a super shot here. Just straight away, powered off the back foot, past the fielder, and once it went past the fielder, it was never going to be stopped.
Yeah, that's one of the shots of the innings, actually. You know.
That's another good, solid defensive shot, well balanced from Hussain. We saw him bowling earlier on, and as we come to the end of the 15th over, well, it's been a good over for Pembroke. Good couple of overs.
Well, it's really in the balance now. Have Lucan the fortitude to actually...
Well, that one also makes it to the boundary. It was in the air for a while, but Hussain, he's not hanging around. Another 4 for him, and the score now 76 for 5. And here it is. He just has played that shot. Not too much footwork, but enough bat work to get it past the diving fielder, and Blackley couldn't get there in time. 4 more onto the score. 76 for 5 then. Off 15. That was the most excellent over, despite the loss of a wicket for Lucan. They've gone past the halfway stage. 68 required then from 23 overs at under 3 and over. And it's as easy to bowl from the St John's end. James, would you put your money anywhere here, or just keep it in your wallet?
Wow. That's the question, isn't it? I mean, it's really well balanced. This could go either way. Lucan are playing their shots, so there's going to be catching opportunities, but whether... Oh, it's lovely.
Well, that was a half-hearted defensive shot.
He didn't really have a straight bat there. He just sort of backed away and put his bat down.
Yeah. That would be encouraging to a bowler.
He'd be going, oh, yeah, this is great. He's going to go across the line any minute now, and I'm going to bowl him.
Keeps the second one out. No footwork at all. Slower ball from Azizi. He's trying everything here.
Well, Lucan really need to sort of start thinking seriously about, the gameplay here.
Occupying the crease.
That's right. Again.
Oh, that's a huge
what the hell?
Across the line. What are they thinking?
That was a ridiculous shot to play at this stage of the innings. They are going to throw this away if they're not careful. And Lucan worked so hard in the first half to they
were on top. They were favourites.
They should be. This should be easy for them. And the shot like that at this stage of the innings.
Well, you see how the wickets have fallen, James. There've been big hits in the air, hits in the air. This one, a big swipe across the line, just caught right in front of the stumps. I mean, let's see now. How far, how comprehensive is this LBW? It's on the back leg. It's in front of middle.
Yeah. No chance that was ever going to miss.
Well, and the umpire decided he was out, and that really, really was a rash shot. 76 for 6 then. We're in the 16th over.
Well, that was just...
Another one of the all-rounders has come in.
If Lucan lose this...
They'll be disappointed.
That batter needs to take some blame for it, because you should be almost coming out there and say, I'm not going to play anything in the air, everything for the next 5 overs.
Score as many fours as you want, pal.
Yeah.
Everything along the ground, please.
Yeah, so at least for a period of time until I'm seeing it very well.
Oh, this one is easy, causing his own problems here now. Negaveka.
Oh, look at that, he's now Zizi's got 2 wickets for only conceding 17. He's looking like charged up. Well, he can sense a 3rd wicket coming any moment now.
He went for a few in his first or second over.
Before he's pulled it back.
But he's looking to get a dot ball here for a wicket maiden. Slip in place for him now. Batsman just backs away, just seeing that there's a slip there now. That'll give him something to think about. And it's easy with a slower ball, and it gets hit into the ring, and they will take a single, and that blows the chance of a wicket maiden, but he won't mind a wicket anyway. And 77 for 6.
And what were Pembroke at this stage?
They were 66 for 4.
This was the partnership, wasn't it?
Yes, this is the partnership that Pembroke had, and that's what Lucan are missing. The one partnership they've had was for 48. And that came between the 5th and the 14th over. But since then, it's been wicket, wicket, wicket in over. Unsurprisingly, Paddy Morris is going to continue.
But what I find astounding, especially at this level...
Is that Paddy? It is Paddy, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so, yeah. What I find astounding at this level is that so many players do not know how to read the game or adjust your game to the situation that's happening. If you lose a couple of quick wickets, you just take certain shots, you take risky shots out of the equation. You have to adjust accordingly, and you need to grind it out and bring pressure back on the opposition.
Paddy Morris with a few words. I don't know whether it's to the batsman or the wicket-keeper. Perhaps he was suggesting that a helmet mightn't be the worst idea. Hussain.
The test for him now. Again.
Short one for him. He waves the bat somewhere in the vicinity. And I think Paddy Morris was suggesting that perhaps would he like a helmet.
Well, he did well not... If he had got that shot, I reckon there's a very good chance it would have just popped up the point.
Well, yes.
Thereabouts and be caught. He didn't really have a big swing at it. He just had a bit of a poke at it more than anything.
He was showing willing more than anything else, I think.
Yeah. Again.
Morris in again now. Another short one. Would have been swallowed by first slip. But no slip in place, and it gets away for 4 runs, and those are 4 important runs. Takes the score on to 81, but more importantly, it takes the runs required down to 63. Well, this has been the strangest of games. 3rd 11 never fail to entertain. Maybe not the way they want to. Morris again. this time, fuller length. Batsman just lets it go through to the keeper.
Yeah, again, he's got plenty of overs. Don't chase anything that you don't have to.
Absolutely. Perhaps these two are the two that do have the common sense, or the cricket sense, shall we say, to read what the match situation is. And look, the leg side is entirely open. All you have to do is...
Oh, just get an edge.
Oh, there we go. Morris bowls.
Wow. 7 down now for 77. 777. And a beautiful ball there. The batter had no idea what was happening there. You could just see he was total bamboozled and he was castled.
Well, you can't say that we don't bring you entertainment here on Pembroke Cricket Live. The last 4 overs have all had a wicket in. They've gone from 62 for 3 to 77 for 7. Paddy Morris and Azizi are cleaning up here. This time it wasn't short.
Didn't have any idea where that was.
He just played inside it.
Yep.
He was expecting the short delivery. It didn't come. He was caught on the crease and he couldn't make the adjustment. And he's on his way. And as James said, 77 for 7. And suddenly, Pembroke are the favourites.
Well, Pembroke will be thinking, we've got this now. If we just keep bowling well and hold our catches...
Oh, sorry, 81 for 7.
81 for 7, sorry.
Live scoring sold us a dummy there, I think, James.
Yeah, well, that might, but still, 50 odd, was it 63 to go? Yeah, 63. You'd be feeling at this stage with only
4 wickets. The tail enders remain.
We've gone back.
Oh, 77 for 6. And
bit of a convulsion there with the
81 for 6.
Either way, I thought it was 7 down.
Morris going short to the new batsman. He sort of left that alone and let it go through to the keeper. And at the end of that over, I make it 81 for 7, and that's what's going in my little notebook.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
And is there going to be a change now?
I would bring Luke Murray back for the far end after Paddy Morris, or maybe keep Paddy Morris. Who knows? Either.
These two bowlers in partnership have just taken wicket in an over, wicket in an over, wicket in an over, and wicket in an over.
Yeah, try and get the ball off me. Yeah. I dare you.
As I say, 62 for 3, 81 for 7.
But you can't. The only reason I said Luke Murray is that he's got 2 to go. You can't really leave him.
You don't want to leave him with overs to go.
To spare. However, maybe if they get one more wicket.
Your change bowlers are taking wickets, so
it's a good problem for the captain to have at this stage. He'd be feeling very good.
First world problem, James.
Certainly is. He hasn't even had to bowl some of his other options. He hasn't even bothered with the spin option yet. Oh, here we go, a big whack, and he gets away with it, but...
I think we've reached that stage of the innings. I don't think Hussain is going to be shy in coming forward to anything that's not in the right spot.
Yeah, no guts, no glory.
And he takes that one on. He won't mind. He'd rather this guy was playing shots against him than not.
No, that's right, because
you want to take him on, and
you might have to buy a wicket, sure, but
I wasn't picking it up. Sorry, Noel.
So that annoying ding, ding, ding. Yeah.
Apparently so. Another big shot, and it's gone straight to the fielder.
And bad ball gets the wicket.
When you see some of the deliveries that Luke Murray has bowled today that didn't get a wicket, and then you see a full toss just pop straight up to the fielder. Wow. Another wicket, 5 overs,
why
5
didn't you
wickets.
Keep it on the ground? Why didn't you roll your wrists and keep that one on the ground? This one he just tries to get the glory IPL shot, hits it straight to the fielder.
Lucan have thrown away this game. I don't think Pembroke have won this game. They've done well, Pembroke. And I think Luke Murray especially has bowled with venom and aggression, and I think he bowled really well today.
I know.
But having been said, they saw him off. Yep. And so why not take your time? There are still 20 overs to go. They only need 59 runs. But their problem is they've been playing big shots and getting out to those big shots, and now they're 8 wickets down.
Like you say, it's not over until it's over, but really Lucan have lost this game. Pembroke haven't won it. Lucan are going to lose it. And they need to have a really hard think about, if they're the first team for Lucan, they need to be playing better than this. They need to be playing more intelligently than this.
They've got to think about the game. This one sliding through to Noah Smith behind the stumps.
Noah, who's now standing up to the stumps, looking for a stumping opportunity as well.
I think he's more likely to get an edge than anything else, really.
This one a bit
Big
wider.
blow on the offside, behind square. 2 fielders after it.
No, just pick the one.
They think about 2, or one of them thinks about 2. The one who hit it, surprisingly enough.
Quite rightly, that aspiration is killed dead. Now, Singh, he's only faced the one ball, hasn't faced this bowler yet. Again, nothing in the air, that's what I'd be saying. Listen, you bowl.
Well, are they going to see it out to drinks, is the question now.
Well, that was not a bad shot, actually. He just played out on the carpet. Just sort of like backward square and picks up a single. They just need to do that every over now until the 38th over. Just pick up singles.
87 for 8, 1 over to go before drinks, and it'll be a brave man who takes the ball out of Paddy Morris's hand.
Well, yeah. This is the top of...
Oh, do you know who's into bat now? Oh, yes,
Banana.
he's the great appealer.
You know, this may sound crazy and insane because it is. This is where you bring on Phil Blackley for an over. He's been bowling really well at nets, and they'll look at it and go, I'll have a go at this, and I bet you he would get 2 wickets.
Well, we'll never find out.
We'll never find out, I know. But Phil, I'm in your corner, mate.
Yeah, he's fighting the good fight for you, Phil. Phil standing at a deep first slip here as Paddy Morris comes in from the nursery end. Bangs it in.
Again.
Big swing of the bat and jazz hands from Paddy Morris as he asks the question to the umpire, and then he retracts the question.
Yeah.
But
And
the jazz hands were good, though.
I like Noah Smith giving quite a good impersonation there of Paddy Morris. Well, maybe, you know, Paddy Morris has been on the course for appealing, I think, as well, you know.
Yeah, he must have signed up online course.
Yep.
Zoom meeting that was.
You can sense a wicket now.
Morris is smacked, and it will go for 4. Or will it go for 4?
Ricocheted off the body.
Ricocheted off Naveen, and they just get a single from it. But that batsman there, Singh, we saw him opening the bowling earlier, Rocky Singh, and he's come out to bat the same way Rocky would.
Adrian? Yep, exactly. I don't think he has many carpet shots. This is no ball.
Morris overstepping again. There will be no free hit, despite us having official umpires. The score was 88 for 8. We're getting palindromes all over the place today, aren't we?
Yeah.
I suppose every score is a palindrome when you're Australian. 8 for 88 or 88 for 8?
88 for 8.
8 for 88.
No. You think, can I finish strong here?
Morris goes short into the batsman, and there's a little bit of a battle going on here.
Well, you know, they're going to try and hit the big shots. So he's obviously hoping to get a miss-hit here.
He has nobody deep on the leg side, so he is encouraging that shot by going short.
Yeah. And hoping it's going to fly off and go to something like point or to cover.
Fine leg, is it? Yeah, I don't think fine leg is where the batsman's aiming.
No.
Bit of sunshine on the ground, evidenced by the shadows. As Morris, oh, that's better.
Backed away from that one, tried to hit it through and then completely missed it.
Premeditated shot, or just bad shot?
Well, it's just ugly all round, really, wasn't it? There was nothing good about that. Again, if you're going to back away, fine, but just don't have a wild swipe at it. You're just going to get yourself out.
It's only trouble, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you've decided to leave it alone, leave it alone. Another no ball. Morris overstepping again. He'd do well just to remark his run up and just take a start from behind his mark, perhaps.
All of a sudden, there's 2 or 3 runs from the over.
Yeah,
that's kind of what they need to do now. Just see this guy off.
Well, They only need 53, and they have 19 overs to do it in, but they keep losing wickets to big, expansive shots. That's a cracking
That's
shot.
a good shot, actually. Yeah, I like that. That was a really intelligent shot. Picked
Just
up
leant
form.
into it,
Yep.
knowing that's where the gap was. It flew away at pace, using Morris's own pace himself. And you're right, this could be the end of Paddy Morris's spell. 4 overs.
I like this shot. This is just a really intelligent shot. Didn't try,
He
overtried it.
pulled back on it.
Yeah, pulled back and just sort of placed it.
Decided that accuracy was better than power, and he was absolutely right. And he's brought the score up to 95.
I think he should be
And
talking
they
to his...
need less than 50 now. 2 wickets to go. Again, this match nowhere near over. And that's nicely played down to third. They will pick up another single. Singh batting with a sensibility that has been missing from many of his teammates.
Well, I think he should be talking to his captain after this game, no matter how it finishes, and saying, listen, I need to be coming in at number 5 or 6 or 7. You know, I'm wasted down here.
You think the voice of experience sometimes is the way to go. And with that, 19 overs are gone, 96 are on the board, 8 wickets are down. Lucan still require 48 runs, but they have 19 overs to do it in, but only 2 wickets remaining. So we will take a short break as well, and we'll join you again for the final part of this compelling Division 7 game between Pembroke Thirds and Lucan.
It is not.
Not warm at all. 96 for 8 off 19. Drinks have been had. It's been an amazing day's cricket.
Look at the required run rates, 2.5.
But only 2 wickets left because of all the rash shots. I mean, they really have thrown away a golden opportunity to walk away from Sydney Parade with a win.
Well, put it this way, if they do walk away with the win, it is going to be remarkable, intelligent batting by these remaining batsmen. They have to really just
dig in
and bat sensibly. There's always going to be runs. You've got 19 overs to go. You're going to get the odd boundary here and there anyway, but and it's going to be extras, a few extras here and there as they try to get you out. But you just have to survive. And maybe if you do get down to the last couple of overs and you've still got 2 wickets in hand, then you can afford to have the odd rash shot.
Well, then you can think about it, can't you?
Yeah, but at least gives you, within sniffing distance.
It's easy to continue then from the St John's end. 2 wickets Pembroke require. 48 runs for Lucan. And Singh digs out the first delivery. Just plays it out in the offside.
ZZ now is looking pretty good. 24 for 3 he's got. This one crunched down the leg side. It's gone down to like a wide or long on. Pick up a single. But it was along the ground. I like that. I think he's the man that's going to give the Lucan the last hope, I think.
Well, here is the number 10 batsman, Cotnauer. We saw him bowling earlier and appealing.
Yeah, he's you ought to, as we said before, we should have a course through sponsored by Ed Sports or Sports Hub, or either one of the sponsors, about how to actually appeal.
Slower ball. Oh my word. That nearly snuck through. That's smart bowling by Azizi. He's just thinking about what he's sending down there. He knows the batsman is waiting for the big short ball to take on. And instead he flung down the slower delivery. And then follows it up with a Yorker. This has been a good over by Azizi. He's 3 for 25. And he's coming to the end of his 6th over. Naveen not getting a bowl today.
Well, not yet. No, this one's wide.
Haven't needed him yet.
That's a valuable run to the Lucan cause.
Creeping closer and closer to the 100 mark. Oh, well kept out and well bowled right in at the batsman's feet, and he's dropped a bat on it. And that concludes the 20th over with the score 98 for 8.
That's intelligent batting by these two. They just kept out the good balls. Still picked up 2 runs.
I think Singh is the one with the experience, and he's the one who's sort of saying, no, we just be sensible about this.
Yeah. Let me have the...
It's not that long ago this game was really in the balance. After 13 overs, well, they were 62 for 3, and now they're 98 for 8. Wickets falling for 5 overs in a row. Whereas Pembroke, well, if they do walk away with the win here, they have one man to thank, really, and that's Phil Blackley.
For sure.
Himself and Paddy Morris putting on that big partnership, and that's been the difference between the two teams. They played sensibly, and they took their runs, and they did a good job. Paddy Morris, of course, contributed with the bat later on, also reaching double figures.
Yeah, it was a good wag. He got 16 or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did very well.
16 or 18, something like that. It was an even number anyway. 99 for 8 now, really on the brink of that. I mean, their run rate is nearly 5 and over, but this has never been about the run rate. This is about, could Pembroke take 10 wickets? And if they couldn't, Lucan would win.
Wow.
And so far it's looking like it's working for Pembroke.
It does.
8 wickets down. Luke Murray, the most dangerous of the bowlers, I think. He's got 2 wickets. Paddy Morris has 2. Azizi has 3.
It's good bowling and good batting.
And yet it was all started off by Nawaz Sheikh. He took the first wicket and the second over. He started this response from Pembroke, and what a response it's been. They're only defending 143. They didn't bat all their overs. They left 4 overs on the sidelines. Morris, oh, it's just chipped over his head. Oh, now the run is just to the wrong end, and a direct hit might have been interesting. Well, it was all happening there, and here it is, and it's just lifted defensively, and Morris can't get back to it. And then the batsman thinking, well, I've got to go for a run then, and he's dropped his hat. The direct hit had him out by a distance.
His partner is remonstrating with him, saying, calm down, there is time.
There's so much time.
Things,
just 45 runs required, 2 wickets in hand. And another no ball from Morris, overstepping again. James throws his hands to the heavens beside me here in the commentary box.
Wow.
Remark your run up. If you're that close.
Yeah, go back 2 inches, 3 inches or whatever. It doesn't have to be much, just a little bit.
You have to warm up a lot to get that right.
Yeah.
Otherwise it moves.
It does move. This one, bat just showing the ball. Goes out to Blackley on the fence, just a single. But these singles add up. Well, 101 for 8.
Well, there's 3 off this over already. They only need 2.5.
Yeah, I mean, just stay there.
That's what Lucan are doing well. Yeah, he's surviving, like you're saying, and they're keeping up with the required run rate. So
it's not getting any bigger, is it?
No.
It's only at 2.5 now. Morris deciding that rather than give another no ball, he'll start again. He's coming to the end of his 5th over now. He just needs to work out that run out. I think he was out measuring it before. Perhaps he needs different measuring tape.
Maybe. Anyway, the key for Lucan now, I think, is here with Singh.
This one is played away on the offside. It beats the fielder in the ring. Blackley is there to cover up any mistakes. And just a single taken. And that concludes 21 overs. And after 21 overs, the score 102 for 8. And Lucan are ahead of where Pembroke were at 21 overs. But they've lost an awful lot more wickets.
I would bring, quite personally, I would bring Luke Murray back.
I'd bring a spinner.
But I'd bring a spinner back on the St John's end, and I'd bring Luke Murray to finish his 2 on the nursery end, just to try and get one more, to really put a nail in the coffin.
Too slow, Craig, too slow. Thank you, Noel.
Singh now on strike. This is good for Lucan. Well played.
Just pop back towards the bowler. No run taken. Yeah, Singh seems to be the key.
Well, I definitely think, as we said before, just before drinks, I would be going back to the captain now saying, what's going on? Why aren't I number 6 or 7? You know?
Yeah, why am I so far down the order? Oh, the umpire's just dropped a hat. He's going to be the one who makes it a dead ball. Bulldog clip, not quite bulldogging or clipping. Oh, big shot down the ground, but the bowler himself is the one who stopped it.
I was looking down here.
I saw Keegan shit.
Yeah, I thought, where's Keegan got? Yeah, completely bamboozled me. Well done.
There's that slower ball as Easy loves to throw in. Comes out of the back of the hand and is so much slower. I mean, the difference in pace is quite remarkable, really.
Like 20 Ks or something like that.
Yeah. It's like half speed.
But the batsman was up to it.
Oh, there's a big appeal here.
I think
the batsman says no. I think it's bat off ground, and so does the umpire.
Yep. No, it definitely hit the ground. I think it didn't sound like a bat to me. Bat on ball.
The 2 umpires now conferring, and I like the fact that they're willing to confer.
Yeah.
And they're quite happy that no, bat off ground.
Yeah.
And here it is again for your viewing pleasure. You on YouTube, of course, can rewind this as much as you want, and in fact, you can even enlarge it.
Yeah.
Smith doing very well to take that. However, It was bat off ground.
Yep.
The Yorker is played in. Keegan Ship does the fielding. Neat bit of fielding it was too. Again, I like his willingness to use his entire body to stop the ball.
The fearlessness of youth. Oh, that's a shocking ball, and it's punished
Well, it got what it
accordingly.
deserved. Now, I think that was on the, bad balls take wickets.
Yeah. They've tried everything else. Let's try to shock them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, from a Pembroke point of view, they it didn't work. But from Lucan's point of view, that's a good over. 4 from it. Again, they just need to keep doing this. Wait for that loose ball or the extra or whatever.
And there's the boundary racing away.
Pembroke will be careful here. All of a sudden, it's slipping out of the 40s into the high 30s now. Only need 38 to win. Lucan do.
Finishing line getting closer from it, but look at that. It's nip and tuck all the way.
Oh, it's great.
And it looks like it's going to be more nip and tuck from here to the end. Pembroke just 2 wickets away, but you can see Lucan, they're not out of this yet.
Is this Keegan Ship going to have a bowl?
It certainly looks like it. Coming on at the nursery end. He's replacing Paddy Morris.
Yeah, so maybe they were listening to you, Craig. They're bringing on the spin attack.
Well, I think this is good. It's certainly going to encourage. Look, they only need 38. But if you're going to bring a spinner on, you've got to bring him on when he's still got runs to play with.
Yeah, because you know he's going to
He
concede
could
a
go.
few
He
boundaries.
could go
maybe.
for a couple of boundaries, and you don't need to panic about that. You can see the field is spread now. 2 men are out on the boundary, sort of cow corner and square of the wicket. So Hill is inside the ring, and then on the offside, Phil Blackley is patrolling Cyril's way. I think he's going to put in a claim for Cyril's way. He spent so much time over there.
Yeah.
And the field well spread. We'll see how this goes now. Will the batsman take on the spinner? It's short and it's pumped down the ground. A little aerial perhaps, but nothing to worry about. And Bruce Whaley does the fielding down there. I think Bruce could be in business with this guy. With Singh, I think Singh might decide to take him on and try and take him on straight.
If Singh is smart, you can look around and see how big the gaps are. There's singles everywhere.
Yep.
That's all he needs to do.
This one cut away on the offside, and it is Phil Blackley, as I say, putting a claim for ownership of Cyril's way. Another single. I'd like to see Keegan just toss it up a bit more. He's just dragging it down a little short at the moment. So I'd like to see him give the batsman a chance to make the mistake. Shadow's getting a bit longer on the pitch now. We have the sun. That's
better.
Much better. Good length. Batsman thinking about just pushing it into the offside for a single.
Yeah, he's not careful there. If he misses that one, he could overbalance and get stumped. But
we saw that happen to Bruce Whaley in the first innings.
Yeah.
Oh, this one just edged past the keeper,
bit of
running
luck.
Ray towards the boundary, but it will be stopped before it gets there.
I'll pick up 2.
Ethan Clark. 2 more runs off that required 36. It comes down to 34. Just 34 required now. Plenty of overs in hand. Over 15 overs to go. 34 required.
These 2 Lucan batsmen don't need to do anything different. Just keep doing this. Pick up these singles. And they'll get home. Tons of time. Already there's, 1, 2, 4, 5 off the over.
Again, cut away. Blackley will take it, but the single, Lucan will be happy enough with that. It's slowly chipping away. It's what's required. Nelson is passed. On to 1-1-2 for 8 at the end of 23.
I really think that they need to bring Luke Murray back. And they are. They are bringing Luke Murray back. He's coming down now from the nursery end. St John's end, I should say. And I think this is good.
Appearance at this end today. And we'll see how this goes. Wicketkeeper Noah Smith disposes of the helmet and goes back to the cap. He won't be standing up to Luke Murray, that's for sure. And we'll see how Singh copes with this now. No helmet for Singh or his partner. And Luke Murray, 2 wickets for just 10 runs from his first 6 overs. He has 2 overs left at this, and one suspects it will be the 24th and the 26th. And Pembroke will be looking to take the 2 wickets that they require for victory as soon as possible.
Murray to start his first ball of the second spell. And it's cut away there and stopped nicely at point. They get through for a single, but did a bit of fielding there, just make sure that save 3 runs for his team. It was a nice shot, that actually.
Just neatly played away on the offside.
Singh now's on 17 off 19. He's doing a great job for Lucan. He could be the man that turns out to be the hero of the day.
Well, we thought G Singh was going to be earlier on. Murray getting one past the flashing edge of the bat. Came in at number 10, but so far these two are doing the same job that Luke Murray and Phil Blackley did for Pembroke. They are slowly but surely dragging their team's total higher and higher.
I think just in swinging Yorker now would probably be the bottom. Oh, he plays that one away nicely. He's actually doing a good job here in support.
Willing to put his body on the line here at one feels for his side. A trait that perhaps a couple of his teammates earlier on could have done with.
Well, I think these two ought to be making the teammates have a look at how they played and the replay and say, this is how you play sensible cricket when we need to.
There we go. Nicely played away on the offside. They just take a look at each other and take the single. Suddenly there's only 30 required. Dan Murray down with Bruce Whaley on the sidelines. Bruce just doing a little bit of extra stretching and hydrating.
Quick shot of vodka there.
Niall.
Had a bit of a conference out there at the moment. Is Luke Murray
has he pulled
stretched?
up?
I think he's pulled up. He was grabbing his hamstring there for a bit.
His hamstring has gone.
And that's unfortunate from a Pembroke point of view.
Well. This game just twists and turns. Every time you just take your eye off it, it's changed again. Luke Murray, the most dangerous of the Pembroke bowlers, has only bowled 4 deliveries in his 7th over, and he is pulling up with what seems to be a hamstring injury. And it looks like Bruce Whaley is going to come on and finish his over, and then we'll see how we go from there. But Luke, I think,
he's
will
in big
need
trouble.
will need to leave the field.
He's in a lot of trouble. He can barely walk. His teammates need to almost put
Dan Murray on the sideline, suggesting that he might come and do some sub-fielding.
Wow. Yeah, they're going to take him off. That's it.
That is very unfortunate for Luke Murray. He's had such a super game, and now he's been pulled up by a hamstring. Now.
Subfielder running out of the ground. He's in uniform.
No.
He'll run someone out.
And Luke Murray is going to need a lot of ice and rest, and the massage gun on that one. Hamstrings notoriously difficult to come back from. Once they go once, you find people are more prone to them again.
Yeah, I've had it twice myself.
I did it once in school.
I've done it
6 weeks.
Yeah, I did it once. My last one here was about 3 months. I did a really good job.
I remember you scoring a 50 when you pulled a hamstring.
Yeah, I know. Having a run is fantastic. It's like, let someone else do the hard yards.
Well, it looks like Eli Clark has thrown on a Pembroke jumper, and he will be the sub-fielder. You'll be able to tell which one's Eli. He's the one in the shorts.
He was given Bruce's jumper.
Yeah.
Bruce is going to freeze.
Yeah.
Like I say, twists and turns all around.
Suddenly, only 30 required. There are only 2 wickets in hand.
And the required run rate is just above 2. And this should be, one would think.
The Premier I would say, the premier Pembroke bowler today. Luke Murray has had to leave the field with a hamstring injury, and that will worry the captains of the thirds, seconds and firsts. Don't need that. And look, it's 114 for 8. They are going along at 4.8, and they only require, just as James said, over 2. Well, this is really bubbling up into a great finish.
Isn't it? This is very exciting. Oh my goodness.
Bruce Wadey starts with a wide one. But you could see the intent from Singh as well. Singh thought, oh, this one's for me. And it wasn't. He let it go for the wide.
Went through that button, just 2 shot.
I think there was glove or bat or something on that from the cries of anguish.
He thought, this is one I'm going to put away. It just actually went through the shot too quickly. Completely missed it.
This one in the air on the offside, on the leg side. Phil Blackley does the fielding. It's just a single, but it was in the air.
Yeah, that's all right.
You could see the intent from Singh. He was willing to take the spinner on. Whaley completes. Well, Luke Murray's over.
Keegan now to continue. Wow, this is going to be a huge responsibility for a young man. And, you know, I'm glad he's stepping up for the plate.
28 required. 14 overs. So I don't think it's going to be a problem from run rate.
Runs per wicket, not runs per ball for a long time.
Yeah.
Again, Pembroke need to get these 2 wickets. And these 2 batters, to give them the credit they're due, they are batting really well.
No.
Cottonala now is off 9. He's been in a great support role for M. Singh, who's on 17 from 19. And they are just doing what they need to do. Pick up the singles.
And survive.
There's enough extras.
Good ball from Ship.
Yep. Just played away on the offside behind point and there's no run. He's got good defence here, Singh. It's going to be hard to break through that.
Pembroke need him to make a mistake, and he's not making one at the moment. He seems to be playing well within himself. Another single. Those runs required, just dripping away. And our Lucan bring themselves back into this game again.
Well, from a Lucan point of view, he pulls this off, he'd definitely be man of the match from their perspective.
It's in the air. Oh, it goes through the bowler's hands. It was very nearly caught and bowled. Instead, another single. Oh, he put his hands up for it.
It's almost like...
And it just burst through his thumbs, I think.
Yeah, just didn't quite get... Obviously...
The hands came up just that split second too late. They hadn't closed, and it left a gap for the ball to go through.
Oh, and he's bowled.
But he's made up for it with the very next delivery. He has got Singh going in for the sweep. And it wasn't to be. The ball got in under the bat and careered into the stumps, and the 9th wicket falls with the score on 118.
And another twist to this tail.
Oh my goodness.
And Singh was doing so well for Lucan.
Those two had put on a partnership of 33 runs, and it looked like they were taking Lucan close to the finish line. And as it is, well, Keegan, Ship, he had the caught and bowled attempt at the delivery before, but then this attempted slog sweep.
Across the line.
It's an awful shot. Singh played so well in his innings up until then, and that brings Abdullah to the crease. He was the most expensive of the bowlers. I think he went at 7 and over for his 2 or 3 overs. He was first changed on the bowlers, and now he's number 11 on the batsman.
The opportunity to be a hero for Lucan.
Oh my goodness. Just 26 required.
That was the really only false shot that Singh played, really, wasn't it? It was just a wrong shot. He should have defended that one just away.
A rush of blood to the head.
Yep. And that's the irony. They were still going. They still already had their two runs for the over.
Yep.
They didn't need to.
No need for it. He thought it was there. It wasn't. This one comes across, half an appeal, half a run, and home safely, just about. Abdullah gets up to the other end. Oh look, live scoring has gone nuts again. Here we go. The wicket's just gone in. And we'll see that Abdullah is the number 11 batsman. A couple of drops of rain coming in now to the gazebo. But the rain has been really well timed today. Before we started, at tea, and at the end of the game.
Big thick edge. And it sprays away past the gully region. They pick up 2. That was a bit of a... that was a number 11 shot.
It was. It was with runs for the number 11.
Was it number 11 who did it, or was it number... It's hard to say.
I think it's the number 11.
No, I think it was number 10, actually. I think number 11 is the non-striker.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter. Anyway, it's 10 or 11. That's out there.
25 overs gone then. 120 for 9, I make it. But I could be horribly wrong. It's been known to happen. There we go. 119 for 9.
So who's going to take on the bowling duties now? I think they're bringing... is it Azizi back in? Or is it she?
It's Azizi.
Azizi, yeah.
And why wouldn't you?
I think that's a really good move.
He's already taken 3 wickets today. Delighted for Keegan Shipp though. He's taken a wicket, and it was a nicely bowled wicket. He did really well there.
Well, it's a valuable wicket too. That was the danger person from Pembroke's point of view.
They needed to break that partnership, and break it they did. And now we're down to numbers 10 and 11.
Yes. Questioning yet, okay.
And
well
there we
picked
go.
up by the Pembroke fielder down here in the deep.
Naveen suggesting Keegan Shipp just in the wrong place. And now Azizi from the St John's end. This one powered down the ground. Naveen does the fielding, just a single, but that's all Lucan need.
They do all off the mark.
13 overs to get 23 runs.
Yeah,
It's just wickets in hand.
and look at these big gaps that are there. Oh,
This one comes off the inside of the edge of the bat, thuds into the pads and runs away to square leg. It's a dot ball. But again, you can see there's an anxiousness between these 2 Lucan players.
They're not used to defensive shots, I don't think.
No. No, they certainly don't seem to be. This one played away with no footwork on the offside. And Pembroke must be feeling that, we're down to 10 and 11 now. We've knocked over the first 9 wickets. Just find one more. Slower ball. Oh my goodness, all sorts there. The slower ball again from Azizi. It causes havoc, that slower ball. Something always happens when he bowls it, and it's not like it's well disguised.
No, you'd think you got loads of time. I mean, it's so slow.
Yeah.
And then maybe that's the trick of it. It's actually bamboozling. Oh, that was a
Fired down the leg side. That would be wides plus.
2 wides there.
And there it is, 2 more off the total. Just 20 required now. 1 wicket to go. My goodness, if you've joined us late in this game, you have joined us at the right time. Lucan require 20 runs. They've got 12 overs plus to get them in, but they've only 1 wicket left. Pembroke need that wicket to win this game. This time, played away. And the runs required, becomes a teenager.
And again, good work here by Lucan.
That's all they need to do.
They've picked up 4 from this over already. 2 of them are wides. They keep on getting wides like this, they'll get home anyway.
Azizi coming in, looking to close out this over. Another ball off speed ball. It's played out to point. That is the end of the over. The umpire giving him back his cap. 125 for 9.
Less than 2 runs an over now. 1.5 runs basically an over they need to win.
19 off 12 overs.
And Pembroke need 1 wicket. Wow, what an exciting finish this is turning out to be.
It didn't look like this game was going to be as exciting.
No.
Do you know, it's actually brought people out from the bar. There's a crowd of about 24 there now who've all come outside. I'm assuming Leinster won their rugby. Sometimes that's a bad assumption to make these days after that semi-final loss. But there is the crowd outside the bar. Gordon Clark, Pete Twamley, you see them all there.
Looking for a big Mexican wave.
Keegan Shipp to continue from the nursery end.
Can he squeeze one through?
Well, it's in the air. It bounces in front of the fielder.
He's not going to die wondering, is he? You know.
Another one off the total.
It's really important that Keegan just stays true to his plan. Oh, and it's in the air, and it's not going to...
Again, bouncing in front of the fielder. Another single. 17. The countdown continues. Oh, this is getting tight and close. Thirds, they've had heartbreak in a couple of games this year. Narrow losses. Are they going to finally give this one away? They must have felt they'd done enough to win this one.
Long on comes up now.
And this one played away on the offside. Eli Clark with the bare legs does the fielding. And it's another single.
Well, it's very tense out there at the moment.
I don't know how tense it is out there. It's tense in here, though.
Yeah, it certainly is. Tense within the tent. It's fried up nicely, and it's just played away to mid-on. He's up another single, and
They're just
doing the right thing here.
Clicking them off one at a time. That's all they need to do. These two showing far more maturity than a number of their colleagues earlier on. This one into the gloves of Smith. Bit of a swing at that one. Batsman will feel that he's missed out there.
Had a good over so far from Lucan.
This one again played out in the offside. Again Eli Clark, and again a single. Just 14 required now.
It's Alan. Wow, these two are doing great for Lucan.
They've got it down to 14 runs required.
And
They've put on 12 for the final wicket, which is very similar.
looks like Naveen, is it, coming on as a wild card here?
And Naveen coming on in place of Azizi. More spin. This one at a greater pace. He's sort of more in the Derek Underwood mould of pushing it through,
Yep.
Not really relying on revolutions. Ethan Clark coming down to long on. Yeah, I think he could be in business here, himself or Phil Blackley. I
Yep.
think there's going to be a hoik across here.
They're just getting suggestions there from fielders where captain should position himself. And
They're giving away a lot of runs on the leg side here.
He has to bowl out of his skin now. There's no room for extras.
There's 4 men on the leg side, 3 of them are on the boundary, and the one who's on the ring is Eli, and he's a short leg.
Yeah, they're bringing someone back from the gully region into...
They have to stop the single
Into
on
the
that leg
mid-wicket.
side. They can't
Yeah.
just give
No.
14 singles there.
There you go, now they've brought that in, so they've got a close cover and a close mid-wicket, and then catching options in the boundary. Oh,
Naveen, first ball is played out to square leg, and they get through for the single.
crossed the line there, but he gets away with it. Struck it quite well, actually. Risky shot, but that's a number 11 or 10 shot, you know. Got away with it, though. Look at that. All of a sudden, got Narlands on 14.
This one through to the keeper, but down the leg side, so it'll be another wide. And just a dozen runs required by Lucan now.
Now, is it Pembroke going to throw this away?
I've yet to hear the 2 words from Niall I've been expecting. And there's 6. Naveen just hanging a full toss outside leg and 6 runs. And suddenly,
Lucan
6 required.
Lucan will be thinking, okay, guys, just survive and we'll win this. There's enough in extras.
Well, this
Oh,
one
that's
just hung up,
It's a shocker.
and that's a dreadful delivery. The next one, a much better ball, but at this stage, Lucan just needs 6 runs. These two have put on 20 for the last wicket. Pembroke must be feeling that this match turned when Luke Murray's hamstring went bing.
Yeah. But they haven't helped their cause with all the extras they've bowled. I look forward to seeing what that is at the end.
Big shot down the ground. It's going to go for 4. Reaches the boundary, and they're now just 1 behind. 2 runs required. 1 wicket in hand.
Wow, how exciting. You don't get much of a more exciting finish than this. What can Pembroke do?
Pembroke, well, they put themselves back in the box seat with that mid-overs spell from Morris and Azizi. 5 wickets fell. They really got themselves back into the game, back into the driver's seat. But they were 87 for 8, and they're now 142 for 9. There's been 12 runs from this over. There's 1 ball remaining and 2 runs required.
They brought the bid on the mid-off in.
No point in having anybody out now. This one hit down the ground, they go for it, and the fielder throws, but late, and they get through, and the scores are tied. And how the mood has changed since that hamstring went ping. These two have batted really well for this last wicket partnership. It was pushed down the ground, and they went through.
It's just good calling. He was off.
28 overs gone. The scores are level. 143 for 9.
And Pembroke conceded 13 runs from that over.
Naveen doing his side no favours there at all.
Paddy Morris coming back into the attack now.
Well, it has to be all or nothing, doesn't it? The scores are level. I haven't heard Niall say it at all today.
Before the last ball, I said, stumped off a wide, super over.
Yeah.
143 for 9 as opposed to 143 all out. Well, I think, James, I can state categorically without contradiction that a pass score on this ground is 143.
Yes, I think you're right. Cottonala now, can he be the hero for Lucan? Yes, and it's a little, and they've conceded an extra, and they come through and they win with an extra, and that is just a problem that Pembroke just need to get under control. The amount of extras they concede in the lower teams has now cost them the game.
Well, that has been some game of cricket. We bring you excitement here on Pembroke Cricket Live, but that was, as you said earlier, James, that was a Stephen King.
That was great victory there by Lucan, and well done to them.
Lucan win by 1 wicket.
And I think M. Singh from the Lucan side should really sort of take a lot of the credit for that victory. He steadied the ship when it was in real trouble, and then number 10 and number 11 got them home by just surviving and doing everything the team wanted. Look at it. Cottonala ended up with 25, one of the highest scorers for his team, number 10.
87 for 8.
Yep.
And then they reach their winning score of 144. I mean, they put on 59 for the last 2 wickets. And that is an absolutely superb performance by them. Look, Pembroke had good moments. Those wickets, as I say, for Luke Murray early on, he bowled so well. It's such a shame to see him going off with his hamstring. But then Morris and Azizi picking up those 5 wickets in 5 overs really turned the game Pembroke's way until, well, the last 3 batsmen for Lucan, M. Singh, and then these 2, Cottonala and Abdullah. Well, they will be delighted with that. They'll be going home to Lucan with a big smile on their faces, and the thirds will be wondering where they go from here. Well, another close one. They had the chance to win it, but as I say, I think it was the ping of the hamstring for...
Quite the collapse. Some comments here. No, that was your ball.
Yeah, if I hadn't been in the chair.
Yeah.
Well...
Wow, that was a
really
fantastic victory there for Luke, and well done to them. That just shows you with this game that if you just stick it out and bat sensibly and survive, that anything's possible. And they deserved their
just
victory.
about survived. and they did well, and they did deserve their victory indeed. Well, before Niall throws on the highlights in a desperate attempt to stop you switching over to the golf, we'll just have a quick look now at this game. Pembroke lost the toss, or rather Lucan won the toss, and they put Pembroke in. Pembroke got off to a poor start. They lost those first 4 wickets. Oh, in the first 9 overs, Smith, Whaley, the captain Sahil Manchandra, and Ethan Clark, and they really struggled there. They were 30 for 4. But then a good stand between Blackley and Murray let them get the score up to 108 before Murray departed for his 40. Naveen, he didn't trouble the scorers. First duck of the day before Paddy Morris came in, and he provided a bit of support there before a final flurry of wickets saw Pembroke all out in the 34th over for 143. It wasn't much of a total, but they thought they had a chance there. 160 would have been nice, but it wasn't to be. And Lucan will be delighted that they kept Pembroke down to such a score and bowled them out in so few overs. There are the 7 bowlers used, and 4 of them being the pick, but certainly Rocky Singh at the top of the order, 2 for 13 from 6 overs. You wonder why he didn't bowl his full set of overs.
I actually think...
go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and I'm jumping the gun a bit here, but I would think in the context of the game that maybe Manfred Rocky Singh would be man of the match. 2 wickets for not very many, and also steadying the ship when it was collapsing. And I think he did a remarkable job, and I think he should be talking to his captain to say why I aren't up there a few paces higher.
Well, you see on that card, really a lopsided card, almost an upside down card. Singh at the top, he did well, but he saw too many partners and too many low scores, 0s and 1s there at the top. And you see Luke Murray picking up those 2 wickets, really sort of knocked to the middle and the stuffing out. 21 extras as opposed to the 13 conceded the other way. And, well, Lucan, they did really well to finally see themselves home. They were chasing 144, and it was that final wicket partnership. And that partnership, as I say, well, the 2 partnerships at the end from 85. There we go, from 85. So 59 partnership for the 9th and final wicket. Naveen Malapatil, 0 for 13 from just that 1 over, and that just closed the game off, really. But Luke Murray may not have taken the most wickets, but he was certainly the best bowler on show today. Azizi, he picked up 3. There were a couple of drop catches as well that Pembroke will reflect on and think, oh dear, what if? But there you go, that was it, and that was a good win for Lucan, and we thank them for their visit and their entertainment today. Thank you, our viewers, for tuning in. We will be back tomorrow. There is another game on tomorrow, which is Two's Cup. Is that a 20 over cup? No, it's not.
No.
So the Twos will be here tomorrow, which means Graham will be here tomorrow.
Excellent.
He'll probably be doing the book rather than commentating, but we'll see how things go. And so from James and myself, thank you very much, and of course our thanks to Niall.
And
absolutely.
Mini marathon day.
And don't forget, tomorrow's the mini marathon day. So with that, any final thoughts, James?
Not really. I mean, I think we said it all. It was a very exciting game. It was ebbing and flowing all over the way, but it just shows you you need to bowl tight. You need to keep those extras under control. Every run is valuable. And it slipped out of Pembroke's grasp. All of a sudden we thought Lucan had thrown away, then Pembroke threw it away. It was a very exciting game. But full kudos to Lucan. And especially their lower order, they stuck in there and they did everything their team needed to do. So I think they should be very proud. And they've come away with a win. This could be very vital in the stages, the later stages of the season.
Indeed it could. Another narrow defeat for the thirds. And as I say, we will see you hopefully tomorrow when Pembroke seconds will be playing here at Sydney Parade on what we hope will be an evening like this evening and not like the rain this afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you. Good night.